Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to welcome everyone to the Wednesday, May 24th, 2023 Council meeting. I'll call this meeting to order with the land of acknowledgement followed by a moment of reflection. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetangwisheen. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas Rama First Nation, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can come forward together towards reconciliation. Now for a moment of reflection. Thank you. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, May 24th, 2023 be received and adopted as amended. To withdraw items 4E, Robin Dunn, CAO, re a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations related to the municipality, intermunicipal relationships.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary, please?
Moved by Young, second by Clark. Be it resolved that Rule 14.19A, as per the Consolidated Procedural Bylaw number 2017-165, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement if necessary.
All in favor? That is carried. Does anyone have any disclosure of pecuniary interest at this time? Councillor Shell?
Yes, item 4D regarding short-term rentals. I own and operate a bed and breakfast.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Shell. I also have a item 16C to declare as a pecuniary interest as I own I'm partners with a company that provides an ATM service to that event. Any other pecuniary interests declared at this time? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to go into closed session, please?
Mr. Mayor, if I could make one correction to the agenda items, we will also be withdrawing item C, which is Zone 1 water.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
That will not appear, that has been withdrawn from the agenda today.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, may I also ask, is item E enclosed, is that also been removed?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just read that as part of the motion.
Okay.
But I unfortunately had omitted the Zone 1 water.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. That provides clarity for all of us. Okay. So may I now have a motion to go into close, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 2:14 p.m. to discuss D, Robin Dunn, CAO, Derek Whitlib, Director, Development Services, Solicitor Client Privilege Litigation Affecting the Municipality Short-Term Rentals. Donna Hewitt, Director, Corporate Services, Reacquisition Disposition of Land, 2299 Highway 11 North.
All in favor? That is carried. And just for those viewing from home, we shouldn't be much more than a half an hour at most, and then we'll be back in open session. Thank you very much. closed, please.
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that confidential verbal information presented by Robin Dunn, CAO, and Derek Whitlib, Director of Development Services, litigation affecting the municipality, short-term rentals, be received.
All in favor? That is carried. May we have a motion for item 4F, please, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that confidential report CS 2023-19 be received and adopted, that the Director of Corporate Services proceed as directed.
All in favor? And that is carried, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion for item 5A for the 4 sets of minutes, please, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, May 10th, special council meeting held on Tuesday, May 16th, emergency meeting held on Tuesday, May 16th, be received and adopted as printed and circulated, and that the draft minutes of the Heritage Committee meeting held on Monday, May 15th, 2023, be received.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there 2 motions for the Heritage meeting, and that's all included? And
There are 2. If you
so
would
there'll be
like
a
me to
second one
proceed.
after this? Okay.
There are 2 besides the minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So all in favor? That is carried. Now may we have the 2 motions from the Heritage Advisory Committee, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that per motion number HC 230515-5 of the Heritage Committee meeting held on Monday, May 15th, 2023, staff report back to council with proposed signage design, location, and funding options to recognize former Wilberforce Street.
Okay. All in favor? That is carried. And is there one more, or is that both?
There's one more.
Okay. Thank you.
Moved by Shell, seconded by Young. Be it resolved at that per motion number HC 230515-6 of the Heritage Committee meeting held on Monday, May 15th, 2023, the Heritage Committee be granted delegated authority to distribute all township heritage books as the Heritage Committee deems fit to do so. That the funds collected with the distribution of the books be retained for local heritage matters / projects recommended by the committee. And further, that this delegated authority be ratified through the confirmation bylaw at the May 24th, 2023 council meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you.
Recognitions of achievements, there are none this week. Public meetings, there are none. So, Madam Clerk, we're now at deputations, but I believe Mr. Beaton is not in the audience at this time. So do we want to maybe, in item 8B is scheduled for 3:40, so do we want to jump ahead to further in the agenda? Is that okay?
Yes, we certainly can.
Okay, so identifications from the public of agenda items of interest. No one's in the chamber at the moment, but I think what, Madam Clerk, we want to do is move item 12A to immediately after the deputation of 8A.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and then I don't think there's any other changes at this time. So if we go to open forum, Madam Clerk, is there anyone from the public registered to speak?
We do have a member registered to speak, but I believe it's with respect to item 16A. So they would like to be on the meeting to speak to it at that point in time.
Okay.
If council should have any questions for them.
Okay. So we'll move on. We'll come back to 10. And let's move on to 11, reports of municipal officers for action. May we have a motion for 11A, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Let me just have a moment. Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that report number OCS 2023-07 be received and adopted. that tender OCS 2023-006 Pine Ridge Cul-de-sac reconstruction be awarded to Morris Shelswell and Sons in the amount of $153,469.94 plus HST, that the Director of Operations and Community Services be authorized to execute the appropriate agreement on behalf of the township, and that the bidders be thanked and notified under the Director of Operations and Community Services signature.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The floor is now open for any discussions or comments by members of council. Does anyone have any comments or questions regarding this matter? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. So we'll move now. May we have a motion for item 11B, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that report number OCS 2023-08, Carla Musto Garcias, Manager of Operations, right-of-way controls bylaw update be received and adopted. That the appropriate staff bring forward the amended right-of-way control bylaw 2023-036 to amend the schedules and consolidated bylaw 2021-114, being a bylaw to provide for the erection of stop, yield, and do not enter signs within the township of Oro-Medonte for council's consideration.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The floor is now open for any comments or discussions on this matter. Is there any questions from members of council? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we'll now move to item 11C. May we have a motion for item 11C, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that report DS 2023-044, Andy Karaskakis, Senior Planner, re-proposed Bill 91, Helping Homeowners Protecting Tenants Act, and new provincial planning statement changes and impacts be received and adopted, and that council authorize the planning staff to make a submission to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing based on the comments as outlined in report DS 2023-044 through the Environmental Registry 019-6813 as the township submission on the proposed new provincial planning statement, in addition to any other comments received by council.
Council members, I'll open the floor for discussion at this time. Any questions or comments? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the floor. Just some additional comments that I've received. The proposed planning in terms of severance for agricultural lands to have the option of up to 3 lots does provide some of our farmers with the ability to help in terms of transition planning from one generation to the next, in terms of retaining those lands, but allowing, you know, the next generation to move back to the farm, to help with the farm, to ensure that that is continued on. I just thought it's worthwhile to consider all of the implications of planning matters like this. And I understand staff's comments in terms of the potential damage to agricultural land and non-conforming uses, but there's also an argument to be made for the other side. So just throwing out those comments that I received.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. I think your comments are very wise, because this came up at council, county council yesterday, and there's different lenses you can look at this progress through, and you know, we can't always control people to be responsible and respectful with sustainable development, but I think it's very well noted that there is a lot of positive to this, although there can also be some downside, I guess, as well. So, any further comments? Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yeah, thank you very much. And those are good comments about the agricultural community and their need to have succession planning, if you will, which I wholeheartedly support. I think the concern is from the developer community in terms of how these lands can be removed from the agricultural stock that's available very easily now, and without a whole lot of justification. So ultimately, that's going to provide all councils, this one and all other significant agricultural communities and townships with some challenges coming forward. And it certainly marks the first time I've personally seen a big threat to our township. I don't think Bill 23 overall proposed as sweeping an opportunity for land to be placed into different categories and easily removed from the agricultural and perhaps EP stock. There are, however, possibly some, on first blush, I suppose there are some advantages that the township might be able to take with regard to its own initiatives in rezoning, depending on whether or not how much autonomy individual second-tier municipalities are permitted. So I'll just leave those as open comments for the moment, but I do think that this council will have its challenges over the next year or two as we sort this new legislation out. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments. I'll go to Councillor Hutchison and then Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you, I'd like to echo as well Councillor Clark's words, as well as Deputy Lavoie, and just expand on that in the section under natural heritage, it's still very, very vague as to what will the approach is going to be. It hasn't been finalized yet, and given that we live on such a sensitive moraine here in Oro-Medonte and the tree canopy that protects the moraine, you know, I have my concern with regard to the fact that this hasn't been fleshed out yet, and it's something that's very key to the heart of this township.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchison. Councillor Young?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with all the points that have been raised here, in particular the retention of farmland in Oro-Medonte. This is a rural community. It was based on that, and that's how this community was created. But having read that section as well, I'm very concerned about the natural heritage, and it's up in the air, and it's a big question mark. Just further to Dave's, Councillor Clark's comments there in terms of sharing land that is currently farmed with a residence on it. I think that historically that's the way it was always done. In any event, you always had your sons or daughters take a section off the front of the farm, and it still is in existence today, those old severances, those old divides. So there is historically a premise for it, or a reason for it being done, and I don't disagree with you. So my comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. Any other comments? Oh, I see your hand now. My apologies, Councillor Schell, please.
No, that's okay. Just before I do say anything more, I may have to leave video because I'm freezing here. I'm missing some of your comments. But Councillor Clark, I did hear yours, and I totally agree with what you had said. And Randy, how you were saying that county council, they're viewing it through many different lenses. So I support the outcome of this. So I'm going to have to leave video, but I'm still here.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Councillor Schell. And I think that's important at the end of the day, is that, you know, even though county was looking, there was multiple lenses that were being looked through during county council yesterday, and even around this table. I know I can recall people looking to build homes on agricultural land that had now been significant. It's been many years since any crops have been harvested off it, and they now are woodlots. So in a scenario like that, it would make sense that you build some homes while being respectful of the canopy and not clear cutting, and doing responsible and respectful development that is sustainable, which would fit into the natural heritage of this township. So there is, you know, when stuff comes down, and lately a lot of stuff have come down from the province, and changes and amendments that are taking place, there is positive in it. We just got to find the positive and learn how to manage it within our own township to its best ability. Councillor Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, I just wanted to add one comment, which is that to members of the public and staff and council, there is also a report on this assessment of Bill 97 in the County Council agenda. And it has their perspective, so I would invite anyone who's concerned about this to look at the county's agenda and see that report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I agree that it's very interesting, a lot of detail in there. Okay, no further questions, and I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion for 11D?
Mr. Mayor, that is the procedural bylaw,
May take a little too long.
the revised procedural bylaw. So it may take a little bit longer. I don't know.
We all had 50 questions each for you, actually, as we
Okay.
prepared. So no,
Okay.
No, well, you know what? Let's because I see the gentleman's not here yet for the deputation.
We could go to item E,
Okay.
unless council feels that that's going to be a lengthy
Let's hang on.
item as well.
Let me-
Yep.
Yeah,
Only
the first
one.
one's in
The other
person.
one is-
So E,
So item 11E, no?
11E. 11E. God, we're almost at the end of the deck. I'm just kidding you. So, okay, so yeah. Yeah, Madam Clerk, that's Donna Hewitt, Director of Corporate Services, Community Consultation.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Hewitt, did you want to present anything at this time?
Mr. Mayor, would you like the motion to be read first, or would you like me to proceed?
I'm just mixing things up as unorganized as no, let's have the motion first, please, Madam Clerk, and then Ms. Hewitt can add color to any questions.
Moved by Bard, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that report number CS 2023-17, Donna Hewitt, Director of Corporate Services, and Yvonne Aubuchon, Clerk, Community Consultation Group, be received and adopted. That council support the creation of a community consultation group as a pilot for the period ending December 31st, 2024. That the terms of reference as presented be endorsed. That appropriate staff resources be assigned to coordinate and provide township support. That appropriate township communication channels be utilized to support this pilot initiative. That staff initiate a public recruitment process for the community consultation group, and that staff report back to council on the achievements of the group at the part of the regular corporate projects report and in a summary format prior to year-end 2024 as outlined.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As council may recall, this is the second step as to a result of a presentation given at the last council meeting, or 2 council meetings ago, I believe. Is there any comments or questions or discussion that you would like to have, or can we, Ms. Hewitt, do you want to give a brief overview? Is that possible?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, of course. So as you referenced, this is in response to a deputation that was delivered by Mr. Merrifield regarding a different way for the community to receive information and a different way for council to get information back from the community. Staff have done some research. We know that there's always a desire for the community to learn and to also share their perspectives. So based on the research that we've conducted, we weren't able to find a similar structure as to the one that was presented by Mr. Merrifield, though we are aware that structures such as this do apply in other types of professions and have been successful in those areas. So we did consider that this was an option, something that we've never tried before, and are suggesting that should council wish to proceed, that they proceed in a pilot format so that we can actually assess whether it does fulfill the the desire that was proposed by Mr. Merrifield. We did consider the ruling from the Ombudsman with respect to what makes a committee, and have structured the terms of reference in such a way that many of those elements, the majority of those elements, in fact, have been removed. So, for example, there are no members of council that would sit on this body. This body doesn't have a budget. It doesn't have authority, delegated authority from council. It truly would be a community-based committee that for the duration of the pilot, staff would be providing administrative support, and we would be using our communication channels as the way to get the information out. Those are the only two elements that from staff's perspective are a little different. But having said that, given that it is a pilot that would be assessed by this council in terms of the feedback and the reception by the community, we felt that it was worth giving the staff time and resources, not significant, to enable this to happen and to see if it does have the interest of the community. We would be reporting back, and at that point, council can assess based on results whether it would be something that should be formalized, whether the format should be changed, or in fact whether it was a pilot that would just run its course. So at this point, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much, Ms. Hewitt. Any questions or comments of discussion? Councillor Young and then Councillor Hutchison, please.
Exactly what is it we're discussing? I mean, I'm just reading the last sentence, the last two sentences of the report. It says, should council support the creation of the community consultation group? Is that what we're voting for, to determine whether or not we're going to support a committee, or the definition of a committee? Clarification.
Ms. Hewitt?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Young. This would be the endorsement of the terms of reference as presented and the creation of the group for the period that would conclude the end of 2024.
Supplemental?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just opposed to it, and for a number of reasons, but is that what's going to be discussed here, or to be discussed?
That's what we're determining. I believe there was a deputation given a month ago, 2 meetings ago, and the terms of reference, and then it's what we would do. The next steps, I believe, would be that we would put out for CVs to be, or applications to be submitted to sit on the committee, and the focus of this committee is not to deal with individual ratepayers associations, but to represent the community as a whole. And the other component of it is to help educate the public along the way by having different departments from within the township present at each of the quarterly meetings. Does that bring clarity?
Yeah, it brings clarity. I read the what it's for, and the review by us of the applicants for those 5 positions, those 5 director positions. But I see it as another level of bureaucracy. I see it as another level of process that's unnecessary for the community. Personally, I like to talk to people face to face and hear their complaints, as we all do, whether it be our town hall meetings, and without any filter between them and us. That's the way I would prefer it to be on that basis. So I had difficulty with the creation of this, committee, not committee, but group, and for those reasons. And I think that over the last number of years that there are a number of groups within this committee, 14 or 15, or I heard mention 17, one number, that have had no problem in conveying to us what their concerns are, whether it be STRs or short-term rentals or any other group, marijuana groups or hemp groups. Historically, they've had no problem in conveying to us, and I don't really see a need for this. Again, it's going to be a filtering process between them and us, and I think that they may have problems with getting members of the community out as we do. We can see how many people are here today to these meetings. I don't think that the township should support this anyway, whether it be through providing staff. And we're all for transparency and accountability, but I don't see how this committee is going to increase that. There's nothing that suggests that by having these meetings that they're going to be any more accountable or transparent in providing information from the public to us. I think the process, the thought behind it as well, in terms of opening communication between the public and us, but again, historically, that's been going on from the public to us for years, the previous councils, and this council continues to be without the need for this group. I feel very strongly about it, and again, I come back to, personally, I want to hear it directly from the horse's mouth, the people, not that it's filtered through others, what they deem is important for us to hear, and what the people out there want us to hear.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Young. Respect your viewpoint. I think that the purpose of this was another tool in our toolbox to help us. It doesn't prevent you from holding a town hall or holding your own public meetings. This is just another tool that helps engage the public in order to bring the township as a whole together. Councillor Hutchison.
And also, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Shell has his hand up as well.
Okay, yes, definitely.
Would you like me to go first?
Yes, please go ahead, and then I'll go to Councillor Shell.
Mayor Greenlaw, through you. Robert, I hear many of your points. One of my questions would be to Ms. Hewitt, with regards to the use of staff resources. Do you see, if the pilot was to become successful and come off the ground, is there an understanding that we would back off on those staff resources and this committee or group would become fully functional on their own? That's my question, but just, sorry, before answering that question, I do agree with what Mayor Greenlaw is saying. I appreciate your points, Councillor Young. Communication is a really difficult aspect of all of our jobs, and for any organization, for volunteers, it's always the biggest challenge is to how do we communicate and connect with the people around us. And I am an advocate of looking at any resource that can help me tap into what's going on, not only in my own ward, but across the township. And as the mayor did state, this is a tool, it's a pilot. We can look and see whether it's going to be successful or not. But I personally would be supportive of exploring this as another communication tool between us and the people of Oro-Medonte. But so sorry, Ms. Hewitt.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hutchison. You raise a really good question, and unfortunately, you may not like my answer, but I'm going to suggest that it's perhaps a little premature. I do think that we need to see how successful or not this group is, and based on how it functions, the response from the community, the recommendation may come back that it become a committee of council with a greater role to play, perhaps council. So I just think it's a little premature to say yes staff or no staff in the future. I think the group would need to function for this year and see what kind of response it gets. And if I can just add one more thing, the intent of this group would not be to replace any of the good work that is done by the property owners associations and the groups across the municipality, nor would it replace the town halls that each member of council does engage with. This is strictly another way, as you suggest, to engage with the community.
Thank you. Supplemental?
Supplemental, thank you, through you, Mayor Greenlaw. And thank you for touching on that, because I guess I am sensitive to the fact that we do have, I believe it's 18, we've got some numbers floating around here, but we have some very, very engaged property owners associations and citizens groups who put their own personal time, energy, and money into the great work that they do to help bring the voices of our communities forward. And I guess if I was to think about sitting in their chair, we have to keep an eye on the type of support that's being provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments or questions? Oh, sorry, my apologies, Councillor Schell. Go ahead, Councillor Schell, please.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead, yep.
Great, thanks. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, to Ms. Hewitt. Page 2 of the 4 pages, there's Township of Oro-Medonte Committee checklist. There's X's and there's check marks. Can you identify what each of those are for? I don't see a template that says what an X is and what a check mark is.
Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Hewitt, please.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Schell. The X's indicate an item that the committee does or the group does not meet. A check mark indicates an item that the committee would have. So, for example, the group would not have delegated authority from council to make decisions or recommendations. No members of council would be members of the committee, as opposed to a positive where there is a check that are the meetings open and accessible to the public. So a check is something that there is alignment, an X is where the group would not meet that particular element. Does that clarify?
Supplemental. You know, when I add them all up, I'm looking at the number of X's and the number of check marks. There seems to be a bit of an imbalance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 checks, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 X's. It doesn't. I just don't understand that totally.
To you, Councillor Schell, through the mayor. Those checks were done as an outline for council to determine the validity of a committee versus a group. So they were done in connection with the Bacon Fest report that came from the Ombudsman's office. Mm-hmm. So for instance, his ruling was that if you're appointed by council, then you were a committee. If you have a budget item, then you are a committee. If you are, if you have members of council, as outlined in the Municipal Act, 50% or more, then you're a committee. So this checklist was to show with respect to committee versus group. So,
okay, so then,
no, go ahead.
So is this council going to, I guess, approve this committee if it goes forward?
So staff's recommendation is that this would actually be a group. My apologies, that they don't meet the criteria of a committee at this point in time.
So,
okay.
So as a group, Councillor Schell, there would be no members of this council appointed to that board. Does that help provide clarity?
A bit, I guess, because in that point that Ms. Hewitt brought up, are members of council members of the committee. Here you're talking committee, but you're also, I don't see this group. That's a contradiction, I think. Is it a committee or is it a group?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Schell, we are proposing that it be called a group, not a committee, so that there is one step less confusion between committees that are defined within our procedural bylaw and defined within the Municipal Act. The checks that are included in the checklist, those items that are checked were, from staff's perspective, administrative in nature. The truly substantive elements of what defines a committee as a committee of council versus not a committee of council are really those items that refer to our procedural bylaw, the Municipal Act, whether there are members of council that sit on that committee, whether they have delegated authority, whether they have a budget. From staff's perspective, those are the truly substantive elements that would make a committee truly a committee of council as opposed to a group. So for the purposes of the pilot period, we are suggesting and seeking direction from council to enable staff to provide that administrative support to see if it works. And at that time, if it does, then council will decide, does it continue? Does staff resource support continue? Does it go on its own? Does it become a committee of council and the terms of reference are changed accordingly? So I think we're really looking at the items that are administrative in nature.
Great, thank you. I think I understand all that. I gathered that, but what just confused me when I look back on page 1, the subject is community consultation group. What threw me off on page 2 was when you're talking about Township of Oro-Medonte committee checklist and proposed community consultation committee. That was throwing me off. Okay, I got it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
One other clarification with respect to group and committee. The reference in the report to committee is due to the delegation that was presented by the community member, and they referred to their delegation as a committee. So there is reference in the report to committee, but from staff's viewpoint, it would be a group. So that's why you're seeing both appearing in the report.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you very much. And I think we've had task forces and groups and committees, so understandable that there would be some need for terms of reference for all of us to understand what the interaction would be. I certainly understand that this is an exploratory type of endeavor. I do support it on balance in terms of a different way to reach out to the community. Industrial establishments do that with local communities to understand what the impacts are, whether they be noise or environmental or truck traffic, that sort of thing. And I think it is important to put a deadline to it so that we understand that it exists for a period of time. And should it not be successful, it's not successful. Should it be successful, that's tremendous. We have a new way to outreach, and maybe people who are not so comfortable coming before council can find ways to express their concerns. And to me, that's, I think, one of the things that might help funnel and direct conversations more efficiently. So I would be in support of it on balance and for an experimental period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the floor. I just want to echo actually what Deputy Mayor Lavoie just stated. I think the main purpose, in my view, of a group like this is not to counter Councillor Young's point, is not for transparency purposes, but rather for engagement purposes. So this is another way, hopefully, for the community to find a way, as Deputy Mayor Lavoie mentioned, that maybe they're more comfortable going to something that's a little bit less formal. And if they have better attendance than our council meetings, then maybe we could learn a thing or two about that and have better input and engagement from the community at large. I think that's something that's missing in a lot of cases. We're not shying away here. I think we want people to be involved and to know what the issues are, and it's another way to communicate with them what those issues are, what the various views and stances are on them, so they can walk away as a more informed resident or constituent of those issues. I think that's my takeaway from this. And to Deputy Mayor Lavoie's point, there's a timeline. Maybe it doesn't work, and we find that out. At least we're continuing to try to reach out and engage with the community. So I think overall, I think it makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. So excellent discussion, and I think that's healthy, and that's flushing out. We know this is a pilot project. I think staff are bringing it forward in that format, and we will review to see if it's fulfilled objectives or not. And if it's not successful, we tried, and we're always going to try new things as we try to engage the public more and make sure our communication lines are enhanced. So that said, I will call a vote. All in favor?
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to read the motion again for clarity?
Sure, please.
Okay. Moved by Bard, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that Report CS 2023-17, Donna Hewitt, Director of Corporate Services, and Yvonne Aubuchon, Clerk, Community Consultation Group be received and adopted. That Council support the creation of a community consultation group as a pilot for the period ending December 31st, 2024. That the terms of reference as presented be endorsed. That appropriate staff resources be assigned to coordinate the and provide township support. That appropriate township communication channels be utilized to support this pilot initiative. That staff initiate a public recruitment process for the community consultation group. And that staff report back to council on the achievements of the group as part of the regular corporate projects report and in a summary format prior to year-end 2024 as outlined.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. One little question I do have for clarity. If, and I don't expect it, but I want to look at both ends of the spectrum. If we find after 12 months that we don't have the interest or participation, can we bring a motion forward to expire it before the December 31st deadline of 2024?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'll call vote now. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, thank you very much. That's passed. So apologize for that. We got a little bit off track there, but we'll go back now to the deputations. Well,
Mr. Mayor, we are right in time for deputation at 3:30.
That's good planning, I guess. Can't take credit for that, so. Anyways, our first deputation is item 8A of Mr. Beaton, who's in the audience. If you'd like to come to the podium when you're ready, and just a reminder, you have 10 minutes. And then if you want to stay at the podium after that, if we have some questions or discussion, that would be appreciated as well. Okay.
Sure. I had a presentation sent in. Do you have it pulled up here?
I believe Ms. Jacoby is advancing the
Okay.
slides. I'm not sure.
Okay. Hey, David, let's go.
Don't know where they're going to show up.
She's in the meeting, so.
It will be Ms. Hewitt.
Okay. There you go, Mr. Beaton, whenever.
Okay. First of all, thank you for seeing us today. Mayor Greenlaw, Mayor Lavoie, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, Councilors Hutchison, Bard, Clark, Shell, and Young. Thank you for this time. I've never been to a council meeting before, and so I've asked for your patience and understanding. But I'm hoping today should be a relatively simple matter. In 2021, the residents on the north side, even numbers of Shellswell Boulevard, were suddenly being charged for streetlights, the streetlights maintenance fee. The problem is we don't have any streetlights. There are none on Shellswell Boulevard. So we don't understand why we're being charged for these. If you could advance the slide, please. So when we talk to our neighbors about this, once we kind of discover this, because we don't really read our tax bills too thoroughly, which now we will be doing, the answer was quite simple. What streetlights? But we don't have any streetlights. Are we going to get streetlights? So this was with the response from the neighbors along that street. So So we're asking for an exemption, I guess, from that particular bylaw, 2022-6066, for the user pay portion of it, of that bylaw, simply because, again, we don't have any streetlights. So why would there be the discrepancy? Could you advance the slide, please? So again, a lot going on here, but so this is the M118, the original development plan from 1977 from North Shell Developments. Now, you'll see at the bottom of the screen, Shellswell Boulevard was a street. It already existed at the time. In 1977, and sales were slow at the time. They're trying to sell off these properties, this development. They were slow. Shellswell, already being developed, was being sold off piecemeal, one at a time, build your own house, do whatever you want in that area. And that was lots 1 through 27, which is the row on the bottom there of the screen. Fast forward to 1984. The remaining lots, 28 to 125, were sold to a local developer, David McKee, and he developed the rest of M118, which is known now as Harborwood. So it's in behind us, technically, and it is a separate development. The electricity is underground, the street, they built the streets, and they put up the light standards. But they put it up on the streets of Howard and George, Howard, Elvin, those streets as well. And so by design, I guess maybe there should have been an update on this map at some point, or this development plan at some point. By design, the streetlights were only in behind us. The streetlights are only on the George, Elvin streets and Howard streets. So if you could advance the slide again, this is what the list, these are where the streetlights are. So you can actually see that Shellswell has none. There are 3 at the entrance into Shellswell, or into Harborwood. But these literally, I'll take you maybe a moment so you can see the distribution of the lights and see that on Shellswell Boulevard there aren't any lights. And if you could advance the slide one more time, this is probably a terrible picture, but you can see this is facing east on Shellswell at the corner of Elvin and Shellswell, and the lights that are on those borders are actually facing away from Shellswell Boulevard. They point back into the Harborwood community. So according to the plan, or the report that the user pay portion is for those people who are actually benefiting from streetlights, but we are asking to be, and that's fair enough, but we don't have any streetlights on our street. So we don't believe that we should have to be the user pay portion on our tax bill. So we're asking for this exemption to the bylaw 2022-066, simply because we don't have the streetlights. It's kind of simple. So I'm going to leave it to you, new council, to uphold the obvious and logical original decision made almost 40 years ago not to include Shellswell in those streetlights, basing that decision on what actually happened rather than relying on kind of an old map. I'm sure none of you like paying for things that you don't have and never received, and we don't either, so we're asking you to exempt us from this law. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your deputation. Does members of council have any questions for Mr. Beaton? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Just to clarify,
Yeah.
thank you very much for your presentation, by the way. I've done that myself. And it's not the easiest at the first time. Do all of the streetlights point away from Shellswell?
If we
Or is
go
the one
back
at
here,
Elvin?
so the one at the lower left-hand
Yeah,
side
right.
of the screen
Right.
is just a direct, like a vertical standard at that corner at the entrance.
Right.
The one at Elvin and the one at Howard actually face in behind. They face the other way. The armature faces away from Shellswell rather than over it. And you also got to realize that there's 2 sides to Shellswell Boulevard, and only one side is being charged this fee. So I think that makes a difference as well.
Okay.
Did that answer your question thoroughly?
It did. Thank you very much.
And we can click 2 more. We don't need the letter. 1. Next. Oh, I'm missing one. Go back. Oh, so they removed the, we also had all, we also sent a letter in to you in February, and of the 27 properties, only 3 didn't sign. 2 we couldn't get a hold of, and 1 refused to sign the letter requesting this. So all the neighbors know, and they all agreed with us, essentially.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any other questions at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much. Very well presented and with much clarity. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, first, what I'm going to suggest is, I think we discussed that let's take a motion to receive the deputation, and then can we move right to the item on the agenda, please?
Yes. Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the deputation by Ted Beaton, request for exception to streetlight bylaw for the north side of Shellwell Boulevard be received.
All in favor? That's carried. So now I'm going to ask that we're just going to jump ahead to deal with this matter, and then we'll come back for the second deputation. We're now on item 12A. Michelle Jacoby, Director of Environmental Service, RA user fee streetlight charges. May we have a motion for item 12A, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, at this time, we just have a motion to receive.
Okay.
And based on the outcome, we would change the motion to what council's direction would be.
Okay. I would ask, would Ms. Jacoby care to speak to this matter at this time, please?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I can just add that in this particular example, in Mr. Beaton's deputation, the lots that are currently being charged in Harborwood on the north side of Shellswell are, as he had indicated, all part of that registered plan of subdivision. And the charge is consistent with the application of the charge across the township being to those properties that are located within a registered plan of subdivision or a recognized settlement area. In this case, it would be the application of the registered plan of subdivision of which those lots are part of. But I'm happy to answer any other questions for clarity.
Okay. This time, any members of council have questions for Ms. Jacoby? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you very much. Through you to Ms. Jacoby. Ms. Jacoby, are there any other examples of exemptions that have been granted, let's call it, to other subdivisions where services are provided for but paid for by, I guess, the subdivision? Thank you.
At this particular case, there's no other exemptions with regards to this bylaw and the application of streetlight charges for the user fee areas. The bylaw is updated annually, and those areas are identified, again, by plan of subdivision or settlement area name. So I don't believe there's any other exemptions that have taken place with regards to that bylaw and this particular streetlight charge.
Thank you, Ms. Jacoby. Supplemental, Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much. Do we have other communities that have developed in this manner? I believe Shellswell went in a number of years before the construction of Harborwood, or was it all one plan of subdivision in the first instance, but just didn't develop that quickly?
Through the mayor, off the top of my head, Deputy, I can't think of a situation like this. I'd have to go through the records and determine how the subdivisions were developed, but I can do that if you like, but off the top of my head, the registered plans of subdivisions are in their entirety.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Ms. Jacoby. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the floor, not necessarily to Ms. Jacoby. Thank you very much for providing that additional background information. I tend to side if this is procedurally correct for me to start talking about the motion that we would be putting forward or not. I think I agree with the deputation that has come before us today. I mean, if they're not arising a benefit, it's not a huge dollar amount, approximately $1,600. that they're not actually getting a streetlight. Yes, I understand it's part of a plan of subdivision, but I would suggest that if they're not getting the benefit as described, they shouldn't have to pay for it, would be my thought. And I'm okay to be wrong, but those are my 2 cents.
Thank you very much for your comments. Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think it's an issue of black and white or dark and daylight, so it's pretty clear they're not getting what they've been paying for. So I don't think it's complicated on this issue here, which way we should vote.
Thank you. Councillor Shell?
Yes, thank you very much. To you, Councillor Clark and Councillor Young, I agree with you both. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchison?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Greenlaw. Just so that I'm clear, and Michelle, you may have answered this already, but do we have examples of this happening in other subdivisions and settlement areas within Oro-Medonte? I'm not clear on whether this is just a standalone situation, or do we have other areas with the same situation where there's an overall fee being paid? I know that it's got to do with the subdivision, but I'm just wondering if there's other examples. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchinson, I can confirm that the application of the fee is consistent across the township, again, being related to the plan of subdivision. I can look for some examples where there may not particularly be a streetlight on that street, but again, the charge is related to the plan of subdivision. So in that case, there have been no exemptions deviating from that method of charging through the plan of subdivision, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kobe. I guess my understanding from your comment earlier, we don't know of other instances like this unless we go back and unless you went and did a background check or a more thorough dive into this issue, correct?
Correct. I'd have to go through subdivision by subdivision, street by street, and identify it by the streetlight inventory to look where there's ones that have streets without streetlights on them, but are still within the settlement area or the plan of subdivision.
Okay, and then a follow-up question would be, if we were to defer these charges to those homes, how would we make up that shortage? Would we just increase everybody else's fee?
The remainder of the users paying for streetlights, we would have to recover the cost of operating the streetlights to the remaining users.
Within Harborwood, correct?
No, across the municipality,
Across
within the 37 urbanized areas.
Okay. And then I believe CAO Dunn wanted a comment. Is that correct, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and perhaps Councillor Young is correct. It's black or white or dark or light. I would like to go to Councillor Clark and then Mr. Mayor. I believe I anticipate the direction from Council on this matter, but I do believe, Council, would you please consider another step in this process? If your direction is to support the initiative that was outlined in the deputation, the staff have an opportunity to be able to report back, because there will be a budget implication associated with the general levy. As small as it may be, Councillor Clark, there will still be a levy adjustment. Certainly we can cover that off during our reconciliation with Ms. Morrow. I would like the opportunity to report back with a short update. And Michelle, I am not suggesting that we undertake a review across every one of our subdivisions in the municipality or across the municipality. However, there will be other situations, and Councillor Clark, I took from your point, there will be a precedent set with respect to this. Let's just be a little tighter with respect to what I believe will be the direction from council. An opportunity to report back, Mr. Mayor, is all I'm requesting.
Well, I think you're reading my mind. You're not actually adding an extra step, because I was going to say, I think I appreciate Mr. Beaton's situation, but I think I want to know if is this a common occurrence across multiple subdivisions, and how we are going to best handle that in a responsible and sustainable way. I'll let Councillor Lavoie speak, and then we can go from there.
Thank you very much. I'm only proposing another alternative, which is the installation of streetlights that would illuminate the street, in which case there wouldn't be a variance with the bylaw or the charges. And I don't know if that simply involves taking the existing, I'm not sure what the word is, arm, I suppose, that supports the light, and turn it around on so it's over the shells well. However, I don't know if that's acceptable to the residents either. But nonetheless, perhaps there's a street illumination standard that must exist somewhere that says that there's so many lumens of light that must fall upon a street in order for it to be considered illuminated by a public or municipal system. So, I mean, this could go in many different places, I suppose, but I'm putting that out there as a possibility in case the matter deserves further deliberation.
Okay, I guess, I appreciate the comments. I think that they're valid. I guess the question would be, is illumination desired? Some people in this township don't want street lights, and I'm not knocking or picking sides. I know a lot of people say the reason they move here is because they love to look up and see stars at night, not, so I don't know if that is a desired potential solution, or whether it would be to stay in the dark and leave that in your wallet, I think is what you're maybe, so I don't know if there is a desired alternative, or it's something we both look at. Like, please step to the mic if you wouldn't mind. It's
So that was a question when we were going around talking to our neighbors, and some were for it and some were not. I mean, you can even argue that it's, the streetlights that are in Harborwood are a net negative because we don't have the illumination, but we do have pollution from the light. So again, we did, when it was brought up, are we getting streetlights, or maybe we should get streetlights? Some people said yes, some people didn't want them. And it was, that was not what we were discussing at the time. So we kind of shut that down, saying, no, we just want to not pay for the streetlights we don't have already. So that's how we left it. So we did not poll whether people wanted streetlights in general or not.
Yeah, I'm sure you're quite aware that the problem, it's not a problem. One of the challenges with a democracy is you very seldomly get 100%.
Yes.
So, but no, well, that's something to consider, because I think the direction of council tonight will be to defer, so we can get a better idea of the whole scenario and make sure we do it right. And I think you've seen comment from members of council. You have a very valid point and position. We need to find out how we best provide a sustainable solution.
Thank you.
Sorry, and there's one more, just in case. Councillor Schell, my apologies, you had your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay, no, thank you. Deputy Mayor Lavoie, I think that was a great suggestion of lighting up the rest of the street, but I think it was brought up earlier that there are two sides to the Shellswell Boulevard, and maybe that would drag in the people on the other side. It could cause an issue. That was my only thought on that.
Yeah, we'll have to change that to Moon Street. Right.
Just a curtain down the middle.
Yes, no, no. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Beaton, for your time today. It was much appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, could we have a motion and, well, I guess we're to fill it in, correct, at this point? Or do you want to just,
I have prepared something, given the discussions.
okay.
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Young, be it resolved that report number ES 2023-07, Michelle Jacoby, Director of Environmental Services, user fee streetlight charges be received, and that the decision with respect to the request for exception be deferred, and that staff report back.
Perfect, thank you very much. So you've heard the motion, all in favor? That is carried.
Okay.
Thank you. And now we'll,
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to add the staff report back on the implications?
yes, please.
Okay, to this matter. Okay, thank you.
Now we're going to go backwards for a second. We're going to go back to 8B. And via Zoom link, I believe there's a deputation by Fiona Davies in regarding the real tax, or from real tax, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, if I can just have a moment.
Sure, take your time. Yeah, again. Mr. Beaton? Yes. I just want to make sure you're clear on what we did tonight, or do you want more clarity brought to?
Yeah, so next steps would be good, like, my understanding is that you're gonna defer it to make sure that, we're not setting fire to a gas can or something like that with this thing. I do believe it is a unique circumstances because of the history, but I guess we'll find out. And then at that time, will it be communicated to us what happens next, or what next thing is done?
Yeah, so what'll happen is Ms. Jacoby will come back with a report of the findings that we've asked her to provide, and then the motion will come back to council to consider either fulfilling your request or not. But the reason we're doing it this way, we want to make sure we get it right. We want to make sure we're fair to everyone. So we want to have all the detail before us, and in order that we can move forward. And Miss Hewitt's going to explain it much clearer than I just did.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I'm going to defer to Michelle as she has her hand up.
Ms. Jacoby, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm happy to communicate with Mr. Beaton and advise him when the report will be brought to council and keep him in the loop so he can either attend or has the opportunity to be aware of the information that's being presented. Happy to do that.
Okay, and I guess one question I'm going to ask Michelle, just to kind of give them some advance notice. How long do you think it'll be before the report comes back? Will it be a month? Will it be a month and a half? Or like, I know you've got other things on your plate, but just, would you have an idea of how long it would take?
I would estimate we can probably have it in the next 6 weeks, probably a month and a half to be on the safe side.
Okay. Okay. Is that okay with you, Mr. Beaton?
My understanding is that this fee always comes at the end of the year in the last tax statements, so those come out in September, so before September would be nice, that would be ideal.
Yeah. Well, you'll be well within that time frame.
Thank you to Michelle, because she has been so helpful to me through this as well.
Yep, no, thank you very much. Sure. And I really do appreciate your professionalism and candor. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hewitt, so whenever Fiona Davies is ready, this deputation's via Zoom, correct? And you can proceed whenever it's convenient.
Mr. Mayor, if IT can. Ms. Kent. They're there? Sorry. Mr. Mayor, you start if you wish.
Ms. Davies?
Yes.
Yes. Welcome, and please start whenever you're ready, please.
We are ready. There's also another Carolyn Kent, our operations manager, is also with us, hopefully.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Thank you so much. So first of all, my name is Carolyn Kent. I'm the operations manager at Realtax. I want to thank Nellie Morrow for inviting us to come and speak to you about tax registrations and sales, basically what they are and why we do that. So next slide, please. So we do want to let you know that this presentation is only an overview. When you're conducting or considering conducting a tax registration, please always refer to your pertinent legislation and regulations. Next slide. So what we'd like you to know is there are two sort of processes that we use to help you recover your taxes that are in arrears. First, there is tax sale. That is the set of procedures that are required in order to offer a property for sale in order to recover realty taxes, tax arrears. However, tax registration is the year-long set of procedures that has to be followed before you can actually commence tax sale procedures. Next slide, please. Okay. So when we are discussing legislation and rules, we basically work under the Municipal Act, Part 11 of that act. That is our main legislation. There are a couple sections outside. We also use the Farm Debt Mediation Act, the Forfeited Corporate Property Act, and we also follow the municipal tax sale rules. So anytime we're discussing a piece of legislation in this presentation, it is referring to the Municipal Act. So basically, people ask us, why should we do a tax registration? And basically, it's if you've done everything humanly possible and you're still not collecting what's the outstanding arrears. So basically, all your collection efforts have so far have failed. This is really your last resort. I will say, however, that it is highly effective. So of the properties we've dealt with, 85, often closer to 90% of the properties we've handled, the arrears were paid within the year. So they didn't even get to that tax sale stage of the process. The other reason is basically there is no cost to the municipality. Usually the costs are charged back to the properties that are in arrears. You can see under Section 371(1) of the Act. So basically, when your taxes are recovered, your costs are recovered. Next slide, please. Now, there is a cost to the municipality if you get to the tax sale stage and the property is advertised, but no one buys it. However, there's still a little bit of cost recovery when that happens, because you can charge back to the school board, an upper tier, if applicable, a proportionate share of the amount that's being written off. The big reason for us, and for me particularly, about doing a tax registration is basically it's the fairness to your other property owners. So it's really not right for the majority of your people to be paying their taxes on time and others are not. So basically, you want to get your property back into productive use and generating tax revenue, and this is one of the best ways to do that. So a question that comes to us a fair bit is, when is a property actually eligible for tax registration? And this can get a little bit tricky just because of the way it's worded. So it has to be within its second year of arrears, or third year if you're still in the 3-year policy. Back in 2018, it was changed that you can go to a 2-year program. So basically, if you're in a 2-year program, if it's in its second year of arrears, it says, as you can see under the Act, where any part of the tax arrears is owing with respect to land in a municipality on January 1st in the second year following that in which the real property taxes become owing, the treasurer can prepare and register a tax arrear certificate. So basically what that means is it's not 2 calendar years. So if you're basically on January 1st, 2022, a property is in its first year of arrears if the money is owing from 2021. So you've got somebody who, even if it's say October of 2021, has failed to pay their taxes. So on the 1st of January 2022, it's considered to be in its first year of arrears. On January 1st, 2023, the property is in its second year of arrears, so you can, under the Act, register a tax arrear certificate anytime after that day. Now, to be fair, when you send, when clients send us properties to deal with this, the process is not that quickly. We're not literally registering a tax arrear certificate the day after. There are, you know, quite a few processes that have to be followed. Next page, please. So when you're talking about whether you are eligible for tax registration, the one thing that we want you to do, first of all, is make sure that your collection policy is somewhere public and it's accurate. And the reason we put this in is, as we said a few years ago, the legislation changed and you were allowed to move it from 3 years arrears to 2 years arrears. If you have done that, we want to make sure you amend your collection policy and that it's somewhere public, hopefully on your website or wherever you do that. Our other suggestion is always send a final warning letter. It isn't something that's legislated, but it is a good idea and often has good returns if you let people know that this is what's coming. Okay? Okay. So I apologize for this very wordy slide. I tried to get the whole process in on one page. But basically what happens when we are acting on behalf of a client, the municipality provides us with the required information for each property, and we will send clients a list of what we need. We take that information and we use it to create a farm debt notice and send them out to the appropriate parties. Now, I want to explain to you, farm debt notices are actually federally legislated notices, and what they are for is to cover what it says under that particular legislation is that if a person owns farmland anywhere in Canada, so not just the property that's in arrears, they should be sent a farm debt notice so that they can access the Farm Debt Mediation Board and get any sort of assistance. So we often have clients say, well, the person who's in arrears owns a condominium in Markham. We still send farm debt notices because they may have a farm somewhere in Alberta. Okay. So those farm debt notices have a period of time that has to pass before we can proceed. Once that time period has passed and we have got our client's permission to proceed, we then conduct a title search on each property. And basically the point of that, again, as legislated by the Municipal Act, is that we have to confirm the right lands and identify interested parties. So that's why a title search is conducted. Once the title search is completed, we then register a tax arrears certificate, and it's registered on each property. The moment we register that tax arrears certificate, that triggers any further legislative deadlines. So for example, the first deadline is within 60 days of that tax arrears certificate being registered, first notices are sent to all interested parties. Now, interested parties are basically anybody who is registered on title, and that can be a bank, that can be, anybody who's got a lien. We do an execution search as well. Anyone who may have something through the court, have a writ of execution against the owner, they are considered interested parties. Also under the Act, the spouse of any party goes as well, the spouse of the owner as well. Once the first notices are sent, We then send out to our clients statutory declarations regarding the notices, and we send them to the municipality. The reason we do that is under the Act, they must let anybody inspect that statutory declaration. Now, within the Act, it also states that if someone wants a copy of that particular declaration for whatever purpose, you can provide it to them, but you would be wise to charge an amount under whatever your normal fee schedule is. So your 60 days have gone, your first notices have gone out. If the taxes have not yet been paid, final notices must be sent between 280 and 310 days after the registration of the tax arrears certificate. Again, once those final notices are sent, we send out statutory declarations. Those are signed by the treasurer or somebody with that authority at the municipality. And again, if somebody wants to see them, those have to be provided. If the taxes have not yet been paid in full, and it's now 1 year following the registration of the tax arrear certificate, a property may be advertised for tax sale. So anytime during this process, the full amount of taxes owing or the cancellation price may be paid. So at any point up to this point, and even after, which Fiona will address, the full cancellation price can be paid by the property owner. Partial payment cannot be accepted after the registration of the tax arrears certificate, except using an extension agreement. And I think we have a question surrounding that we might discuss extension agreements a little bit further. Okay, next slide, please. So I'm now going to hand this over to Fiona, and she's going to discuss the actual tax sale process with you.
Thanks, Carolyn, and thank you again for inviting us here. Yeah, so I am going to discuss the tax sale process, and this is where we would sell a property, where a municipality never wants to be. It's the scariest side of tax registration, tax sale. And most tax sales are done by public tender. You can also do a tax sale by auction, but I will tell you 99.99% of all municipalities do public tender. So we are now at we've registered the tax arrear certificate, we've done first and final notices. We are now 1 year from the date from when we've registered the tax arrear certificate. So you are eligible to book a tax sale date. So that's basically the date that you're going to be opening tenders and selling the property. Mining information. Now in Simcoe County, you don't have to worry about that. That's usually for northern municipalities that are under the Mining Act. But that's when we would send out this mining information form 9 to the Ministry of Northern Developments and Mines. You would then, now I will say I'm making this brief. There is a lot to the tax sale process, but for today's purposes, I'm trying to shorten everything. You would also then, you would have to come up with the minimum tender amount. And the minimum tender amount is the amount of taxes, penalties, interest, the advertisement costs, any costs that you have incurred to take the property to tax sale. And that is what your minimum tender amount, basically, that's what encompasses that. Then you have to do a tax sale form 6 advertisement. That is what you would put in your local paper. The ads have to go in the local paper once a week for 4 weeks. It does not have to be consecutive weeks, but it still must be 4 weeks. Most papers are, but we do have some municipalities where they run every 2 weeks. Anyway, but once a week for 4 weeks. But the last advertisement must be done 7 days prior to the actual sale date. You also have to place an ad in the Ontario Gazette just once, and that also has to be at least 7 days before the tax sale. We also provide tender packages. They have to be made available to the public. It has to Now, there's all kinds of information you can put in a tender package, but basically it has to have a tender form and an envelope. Now, tender forms can also be downloaded from the Ontario repository, where anybody can go online and get a Form 7, because that's basically the form you would fill out to submit a tender. A tender opening must be held in a public place as soon as possible after 3 p.m. on the date of the tax sale, as per the municipal tax sale rules. Now, we've had unseen situations where people have advertised that, well, 3 p.m. isn't convenient for us. Well, unfortunately, you cannot go outside of the municipal tax sale rules. It says 3 p.m. The reason why I say that is because you also, anybody putting in a tender has up until 3 p.m. to withdraw their tender in writing. So the 3 p.m. is crucial. I have definitely seen tax sales that were held by us done at 1 p.m., 1:30, but we keep you out of the courts. It's 3 p.m. Now, tenders are, and then you would receive your tenders or no tenders. Next slide, please. So tenders received. So what do you do when you receive tenders? So at 3 p.m., you're opening up your tenders, and you have to determine who your highest and second highest bidder are. You are going to reject anything that isn't the highest or the second highest, and anything that obviously didn't comply with the Act. So rejected tenders and deposits are returned. You would then send the notice to the higher tender. You send the notice to higher tender by mail. You can email it if you wish, but the Act states that you must, to comply with the Act, you must send it by regular mail. The successful purchaser is declared only once the balance is paid within 14 days. So quickly, so when you submit a tender, you must submit at least 20% of the amount you want to tender. And then within 14 days, you must pay the balance. If you don't pay the balance within the 14 days, so if after that, and we see it where you have decided that now you're going to, do a search, or you're going to see that there's a, crown interest, and oh no, I don't want the property. Unfortunately, it's too late. So if they don't pay the balance within 14 days, the deposit is then forfeited, and then it goes to the second highest tender. And the deposit that's forfeited becomes general funds of the municipality. It does not go against the tax account. It is in the municipal tax sale rules that if the highest tender does not pay their deposit within 14 days, it becomes the general funds of the municipality. So if the highest tender didn't pay, then it goes to the second highest tender, and then they have 14 days as well to come up with their balance. And the same would happen if they did not come through with their balance. And unfortunately, I have seen both happen. So the successful purchaser is declared once they're paid. Most times the successful purchaser, the highest tender, does pay, thank goodness. So then once the balance is paid, then a tax deed is then prepared and it's sent to the purchaser. And then once it comes back, then the tax deed is registered. Until that tax deed is registered, the owner can still come in and pay. So, and we always say accept the payment. So until the tax deed is registered, you should accept full payment. So after the tax deed is registered, of course, any amount, and I know there's some controversy around this, or has been floating around, the payment into court. So any monies that you would get that are surplus to what it is that you need to pay your taxes. So say your minimum tender amount was $100,000 and you received, someone bid $200,000. Unfortunately, you can't keep the $100,000. It must be paid into the Superior Court. And that's what they call a Form 5, which is a notice of payment into court. It's prepared and it's filed in the courts along with the surplus funds. There's no time actual limit on when, so once a tax deed's registered, there's no time limit as for the municipality to pay the funds into court. But as soon as you make the payment into court, we have 60 days to send out those Form 5s, and they also go to anybody that had the interested parties, which Carolyn explained earlier. So then the Form 5 notices are sent out by registered mail. Next slide, please. So no tenders. So not, wonderful news that, you didn't get a tender, but usually, in some properties that happens. So what are your options? So uncollectible taxes may be written off and charged back to the upper tier school board. If there's a crown interest on the property, balances owing are determined. So the crown interest could be that someone didn't pay their corporate tax, didn't pay their personal tax. So there's a Revenue Canada lien on title. So one of the only things I should say that survive a tax sale is crown interest. And if it's a federal crown interest, that really does tie the hands of the municipality because it doesn't get wiped out. Whereas an interest in favor of the provincial government would get wiped out if you're going to vest. I shouldn't say it doesn't get wiped out in a tax sale, but if you're going to vest, a provincial crown interest would get wiped out. But there's a bit of there's a calculation as to when you may have to pay them a proportionate share. So whether a property is to be vested, and then you also have the choice, do you want to vest the property? Well, you have 2 years to decide when you want to vest the property. You do have an option of re-advertising the property a second time, and that is up to you. So that does give you some time. If there is crown interest, you may want to negotiate with the crown. They actually are open to that. So if the property is not sold or is not vested within the 2 years of the first tax sale, because it's not 2 years. So if you had another sale, the clock doesn't reset itself. Your 2 years of deciding whether to vest a property is from the very first sale. So if you don't decide to vest and you don't do a re-advertised sale, then within the 2 years, the tax arrears certificate is basically deemed cancelled. And then for you to recover and do anything through a tax registration and tax sale, you would have to restart the process from the very beginning. So next slide, please. So that's it for our presentation. So has anybody got any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Davies and Ms. Kent, for your presentation. Council members, are there any questions or discussions in regards to this matter? No, you got 7 thumbs up from
It's a lot to
council.
digest.
So no, well, thank you very much. It was very thorough, very well presented. Madam Clerk, can we have a motion to receive?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the presentation by Fiona Davis, General Manager, and Carolyn Kent, Operations Manager of real tax registration sale be received.
All in favor? That is passed. And Ms. Morrow, can I just ask, do we have any properties at this point that are on the cusp or approaching those timelines described in the presentation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we do. We have one that actually will be publicized tomorrow in the local newspapers.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. That's perfect timing, so we understand everything in the process now. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, this will take us, we can now, I would say, we'll go to item 11D. So if you could have the motion for that read first, please.
Moved by Bard, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that report CS 2023-09 from Yvonne Aubuchon, clerk, revised procedural bylaw be received and adopted. That upon approval of the proposed revisions, that a new procedural bylaw be brought forward for council's consideration.
I can see you thought about this in that motion, and you didn't want to read in all the amendments or changes at this time.
I can share my screen. And
I'm just having some fun, but no. I'd have to get you a couple of glasses of water to read through the whole thing. But
yes.
At this point, I'd like to open discussion or questions from members of council in regards to, or Madam Clerk, did you want to go through first? What would be more appropriate?
I am open to whatever council would wish. I can share my screen and we can go through the changes.
Actually, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Council,
yeah,
see that?
Madam Clerk, I apologize to interrupt, but I guess I don't want to, but is there anyone registered in open forum to speak?
Not to this matter. We did have somebody register for 16A, but I believe Ms. Morrow is going to advise them when we get to that.
Okay, and is there anyone in chamber who wanted to speak to a matter in open forum?
No, there is not, Mr. Mayor. The gentleman in attendance is just listening to council business.
Okay. Thank you. I just didn't
And
want
we welcome you.
I didn't want to hold you up if you were in a rush to go anywhere. Okay, my apologies for interrupting, and please continue at your convenience.
So, Mr. Mayor, what we have is a number of housekeeping amendments to the procedural bylaw, and as noted in my report, there have been several revisions made over the period of time during COVID as we had to pivot through the different situations relating to the pandemic. So further to that, we're proposing that a whole new bylaw be brought forward with some amendments to that bylaw. And my report speaks to those. For those viewing from the public, the report is in red, and I'm also sharing it on the screen. The revisions are in red. So are there any particular items that council would like me to address, or shall we just go through them piece by piece?
Well, I know everyone's reviewed the file, so are there any specific areas for discussion or concern at this time? Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yeah, I did submit a number of proposed additions, amendments to the language, and I presume everyone else on council has seen the ones that the clerk submitted with her report, so I'm quite happy just to proceed with the ones that I've raised, if you want to go to those first, perhaps.
I don't have a printed copy of
Oh.
your revisions, just because I was having to share the screen with this, but,
Right.
and it may be more appropriate for you to address them one by one as you go.
All right, I'll have to find that file myself, so if someone else would like to proceed in the meantime.
Okay. And I can forward it to you. Or I can try.
Is there any other members that want to talk? I do want to commend you on a great report, and I love the way you did it, where you put the changes in red so it was easier to pick. It was greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, because of AODA requirements, we try to avoid tables as much as we can. So as easy as it would have been to put it in table and have the comparisons, this is much more appropriate for the AOD purposes.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to the clerk, I do have my copy up.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. So I was proposing in the definitions that we add a definition for the term table, simply because in British parliamentary procedure, table means to put onto the table for discussion amongst council members. However, our great neighbors to the south use the word table in order to put something away so that it's not considered. So just for clarity, for anybody who might be reading the procedural bylaw, then that would be helpful. Okay.
And Mr. Deputy, through the mayor, if you could just advise which section that we're referring to, and that way I can scroll down.
Okay, and that was in definitions. Okay, in the definition, including the point of privilege or point of personal privilege, I was suggesting that perhaps we should include a phrase to also recognize where there might be a member of the public presenting in a meeting that a point of order could be raised as a point of privilege on behalf of that person, in order that, because it's not clear at this point, it's a staff member, a member of the council in particular.
Are you referring to point of privilege?
I'm referring to point of privilege, yes.
Yeah.
So I don't see that there would be any issue with that. I will look into it further. And it would just be in a rare occasion that, or in the event that a member of council was speaking rudely or whatever to a member of the public. Those would be rare situations. So, but I will look into it.
Yeah, I think it's just for the sake of clarity and inclusion. In head of council means the mayor of the corporation, just to capitalize the word head in the last sentence.
Noted.
I'm just scrolling here. And the inaugural meeting looked fine. I think that's a good suggestion to move it ahead a little bit.
Yes, and I believe the explanations for my rationale are clear enough that, yeah.
Okay, and so a quorum of council, there are 3 proposed amendments to section 4.1 on page 9 of the document. So I was proposing that where possible, the two paragraphs be added. So 1F, when attending any meeting by electronic means, members of council are required to do so with video streaming in use. And for the most part, it's possible, although we do have an example today where it's not, and we are a rural community. But that should be the exception rather than the rule. And then item G, add paragraph G to that. When attending a closed session meeting by electronic means, members of council are to do so from a location that is as secure as council chambers, just for the purposes of maintaining privilege for those meetings. Because it is easy to break privilege, and once privilege is broken, that matter becomes exposed.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask, Madam Clerk, the deputy's point on point F could simply be accommodated through a 2/3 vote of council to break from that procedure and give the exemption of not having the video on, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
And of course, we will word it such that it would be the rare exception that they could attend without video as well.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Section, sorry, 8, no, what is it? 7, chair, committees or technical support groups of council, proposed amendment B. It says, add deputy mayor shall chair the development services committee. And I just suggest that we, in the absence of the deputy mayor, the mayor or the alternate shall chair the development services meetings. So it's clear that there's another party.
yes, thank you. And that is addressed in the bylaw in another area.
Okay.
But it's always good to have that wording in that specific area.
Okay, thank you very much. And proceeding to 12.1, motions, recommendations, general. There's a proposed amendment, ranking of motions, which, thank you very much, that is a very helpful way to understand the motions and how to proceed up them and proceed back out of them. There is item VI, or 6, a motion to amend, and I think perhaps there should be a characterization of a friendly motion to amend, because it is a motion that is used.
And thank you for drawing that to my attention. We do have a friendly amendment identified in the definitions, but then it's not carried out through, so I will do that. Duly noted, thank you.
Thank you. And then 12.2, motion to amend, motion to adjourn, excuse me. There are 4 principal bullet points, the 4th of which has 5 further indented bullet points, the 5th of which belongs as the end of the 4th. So it's just ought to have concluded the sentence, but it carried on as a separate bullet.
Thank you, and I've corrected that as we speak.
My apologies. Okay, sorry, you're at 12.2?
I'm just going back up. I am, yes. Motion to adjourn.
And could you just clarify that again for me so I make sure I got it right?
So on the 4th major bullet point is always in order except
Okay.
when a member has indicated to the chair his or her desire to speak. Should go on to say on the matter before council. So the 4th indented bullet point under that main bullet point is,
It should be one instead
Should be
of
one
two
instead
bullets.
of
Yep.
two. Okay. Okay, no, for clarity, no, okay, thank you.
and then 12.7, motion to amend. Just above, actually, 12.8, main motion, would be easier. There's a V, 5, just to include in the first bullet point, a motion to amend the amendment. Should be a definite article there. And then the second one, vote on the primary amendment motion. If or as amended, the motion amends the main motion.
So Deputy, you're just adding clarity in brackets.
Correct.
Perfect, thank you.
In the bracketed section, yeah.
Thank you. That's a very good point, because we do try to make things as readable to the public as possible.
And then just above 12.11, point of personal privilege, but it's in the section of point of order. Oh, wait, I think that one is, that one's actually dealt with further on.
Okay.
Yeah. I did include on the chair's ruling, so this is still on a point of order, and then there's some debate about whether or not it's a point of order, and then the chair makes a ruling. So I guess I did include, whether it clarifies this or not, point 4 after subparagraph 3. If it is the chair that rises on a point of order, privilege or personal privilege, and there is disagreement on the chair's ruling by a member, the matter moves directly to appeal. It wasn't necessarily clear that if it were coming from a member of council, the process was clear, but if the point of order came from the chair, the matter should go to appeal directly rather than back to the chair.
Correct.
Okay. We did deal with that. I'm almost near the end. Okay, in section 13.1, council agenda, proposed amendment, call to order, reading of land acknowledgement, and at the discretion of the chair, a moment of reflection. So not to eliminate the moment of reflection in its entirety, but simply to permit a moment of reflection when there's a significant public event or something else where the chair might want to acknowledge that. Okay, and then in 14.3, disclosure of pecuniary interest, proposed amendment B, it was proposing we add a new sentence, so electronically leaving an open meeting shall mean the member will turn off their video stream. In such circumstances, the recused member will be called back to the meeting by the chair or a person designated by the chair.
So you're, my apologies, Deputy, through the mayor to you, you're proposing that the remote member just turn their video off, they can leave their audio on, they can listen to the meeting, but they are not partaking in the meeting, for clarity. Okay.
Correct, yes.
Councillor Clark?
Just for clarity, this is in open session only, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Correct, yes, exactly.
That is correct, and for clarity for the public, closed session, the member is required under the Municipal Act to leave the meeting during closed session, if they've had a pecuniary interest.
They have to log off and out.
Absolutely.
Correct. No, thank you. Okay. Councillor Hutchison, you have a question?
I do. Councillor Lavoie, were you going to point out 14.9, because I do have a comment on the amendment to 14.9, but if you already have something.
I do have one thing in 14.9.
Okay.
And then I'll.
Perhaps it's, well, yeah, go ahead.
Provide the floor
If
to
it's
you.
the same, then.
It may be, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I was proposing to add under the proposed amendment, so there's one addition, continued attendance at open forum. So I was proposing to add another bullet, any comment or matter that runs in violation of a protection as set out in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
That is
And
noted.
I'll cede the floor to you.
Thank you,
Councillor
Deputy.
Hutchison.
So 14.9, under the proposed amendment, Clerk Aubuchon, where we are striking that an individual will state their address.
That is correct.
Could we consider that the individual would provide their name and confirm they are a property owner in Oro-Medonte?
We can do that, yes.
Thank you.
So Madam Clerk, yeah, no, my apologies. You go ahead first, Councillor.
Yeah, I just
Young.
wanted Councillor Lavoie, or Deputy Mayor Lavoie, to repeat the last one you said about the charter rights. I didn't quite get all of that.
Yes, just under the number of bullet points, the following matters will not be permitted during open forum. And one of them should be any comment or matter that runs in violation of a protection as set out in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Does that answer, brings clarity?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I just didn't hear the opening part of that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
And back to Councillor Hutchison through you, Mr. Mayor. We would, a tenant can also be a resident of the township, so we will word it such that the bylaw reflects that.
Have they ever considered like just having them register their address, and then when they come into the chamber, and then so it's written down what you have the address, and they come to the mic, or you call them to the mic just to introduce them? Would that be? I know we want to avoid heated discussions when people are given their home addresses, I think is the big concern. So
we can look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and thank you very much. I just had one other comment, and that would conclude my comments. That being that I know that this is more than the Act asks for, but I would propose that we also include that where council members or members, excuse me, are recused for reasons of for pecuniary interests or because of bias, that that they leave the table entirely rather than just push away in open session. So that concludes my comments. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Obviously, Deputy Lavoie has both his engineer and governance hat on today. Wow. I did want to just maybe put to the floor and to the clerk some discussion about the possibility of open forum. That the currently the time to speak in open forum is 2 minutes. And I'm wondering if we could look to extend that to 3 minutes. I know I've spoken in open forum in the past and found that it was hard to pack in everything that I wanted to say in 2 minutes. So I just wanted to floor that and see if we would want to consider it.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
If you haven't heard enough of me already, I agree. I mean, I do think that there's a certain amount of introduction to a point that needs to be made when one is making a presentation before council, and really the substantive component you might have a minute and a half for. So and I don't believe that that's long enough either. So 3 seems like a pretty good number. It's only 1 minute more, and most people tend to go over 2 anyway, despite practicing. Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, through you to the deputy and councillor, the procedural bylaw also speaks to 20 minutes maximum for the open session. So are we thinking reducing the number of public members who can speak, or are we looking to extend the 20 minutes as well?
Councillor Clark, then Councillor Young.
I was, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the floor. I think I was thinking along the same lines. The 2 minutes is tight, but I think in a matter where there's a lot of public interest, it's really good to have that tight deadline, because we do hear from so many folks, and we don't want them to have the same thing stated over and over and over again, and then extending that period as long as well. I think 2 minutes is great. I think we as a council have shown the ability to let them continue on and set a forum in which they can have that discussion, but I think the standard should, in my opinion, should stay at the 2 minutes.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is different. I'm in for 3 minutes, but Peter, just coming back to you, when you said about removing themselves from the chamber for pecuniary interest or bias. So how do you define bias? I mean, we're all somewhat biased. I mean, I just want your clarification on that. When you say bias, how do you define, or how do we accept what is bias?
Well, I think we'd probably have to refer to the Integrity Commission for a full definition, but more or less it's a state of mind where the party at the table is never going to change their mind. And I think we heard that in training, and I can't say more than that about that. But so I think it's just where someone, and you'd have to acknowledge yourself in order to remove yourself on a basis of bias, but I do think it could exist. I mean, I could certainly see it where someone lived in the neighborhood that we were considering doing something in, and they felt very strongly about it because of their history in that neighborhood. And I might remove myself in situations like that. So I think that's the best. Bias is it's not required under the Municipal Act. The pecuniary interest component is, but I do think in cases of transparency and integrity, one might want to recuse oneself on that basis if one felt too strongly about a matter.
Yes, I understand. I'm just going to fill in. I think it's a very difficult thing to measure and find out what the threshold is, I think is what you're getting at, Councillor Young. and, but please continue on, and then I will go to Councillor Clark and then Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, it is a difficult thing to measure. I'm just curious about what Councillor or Deputy Mayor Lavoie's definition was, because we've all, it's subjective somewhat. But I think the example that was cited and what you're talking about was the example that was cited in the newspapers where a councillor, I believe, said, I will never change my mind on a matter. And I think that was what was cited as an example of bias, and no matter what, he was not going to change his mind regardless of what he heard during council meetings. I think that's sort of a prime example of the bias that we're speaking about.
Yes, and to expand on your comment, that is an example also. I believe that the Integrity Commissioner during the training session said that, so, it's a matter of being careful what you let pass your lips, because once it's out there and you're stating comments like that, it's not what the council is to be about. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Lavoie. I'm very cognizant of the example that you used. If someone lives in a neighborhood, that could potentially cause them to have bias, but presumably we would be acting in good faith as a representative of the community in which we live, and therefore should be using our representative hat to say, hey, here's how the folks in my community feel, and make sure they're getting at a due course. So we've, as the mayor and as Councillor Young has said, we've just got to be very careful on how we define something like that, because bias, as Councillor Young pointed out, we're allowed to have bias. We all have bias. We all have different opinions and appearances and things that have shaped our opinions. So I just want to caution us on that.
Councillor Hutchison, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Lavoie. To echo somewhat what Councillor Clark was saying as well, I do think that it is a very gray area. I mean, bias can be unconscious as well. You may not even be aware that you're biased in a certain way. So perhaps some language, if we're going to go this way, is around a stated bias, is my thought. Thank you.
Yeah. I think, I think it's great dialogue, and we're trying to bring forth the best procedures as possible. At some point, I think every councillor needs to walk into every situation with their eyes wide open and aware of the situation, and do a self-assessment as to whether or not they should be partaking in certain discussions or not. And the onus is on you. The repercussions or the downside is, if you're not conscious about it, believe me, there's 20-some thousand eyes out there that are conscious of it, and they will, and rightfully so, have the right to haul us in. And so I guess I'm not necessarily saying the biasness. I'm not comfortable with being clear cut on that at this point. But I think what the deputy brings to light is approach everything with your eyes wide open, and reflect upon yourself as to whether or not you have a conflict or pecuniary interest. Okay, so and then, did you have any more from War and Peace you wanted to present, or you?
Yeah, just one thing. We don't have to include the term bias, and just using the term recused would be fine enough, because it was only about pulling, leaving the table entirely, not just pulling away from the table. So that was the intent and originally. But I did like the discussion, by the way.
No.
Thank you.
No, and I think what we're saying is that when you declare a pecuniary interest, you're to leave the table, not just back away, which I think is acceptable. You took a very unique way of how to get there, but no, I you know what? So you got 99% on that task that you fulfilled instead of 100. So great input, and thank you for taking the time to dive into it. I was wondering why he didn't help me cut ash trees on the weekend. So anyways, Councillor Clark?
If I could, Mr. Mayor, just to provide clarity to, because we had another topic in there as well, the 2 minutes versus 20 minutes in regards to open session. So if we could continue that dialogue.
Okay.
We're thinking,
So
I had my finger on the button for that one.
Here's what I would suggest. I don't know what unless the clerk does. Would you know what is the common practice with other municipalities?
It varies, and some don't even have an open session, open forum. It would refer to the constituents contacting their council, them. So it really varies, but I can look into it, and in the bylaw, I will bring back a recommendation.
If I could make a consideration is, I think we illustrated at an item at the last meeting when we can break from procedure in order to give more longevity to issues that are whether they're inflamed or they're very important, and we want to make sure, because at the end of the day, I agree, we do want to make sure that everybody has their voice heard. Some people, I like the 2 minutes because people prepare what they're going to say rather than just get up and wing it, right? So I think it's easier to give consideration on a matter by matter issue, and we can break from procedure to allow that. It's easier to give longevity or give more rope than to try to pull rope back in. So I think the 2 minutes is good, but this council is very open-minded and willing to support to make sure the public is properly heard. It also helps prevent redundancy and an echo chamber, the same point. And the whole idea behind open session is to bring information that furthers the discussion and understanding. So that's mine, and anyone who else would like to weigh in on that, please feel free. I'm looking for Councillor Shell. Do you have your hand? Well, you switch gears because you were on the other screen a minute ago.
Yeah, well, let's see. I think that's because Madam Lavoie, or sorry, Yvonne's got her screen up, so it's flipped me over. Anyway, yes, I agree with you on that, Mayor Greenlaw. I think maybe might be an idea to maybe suggest 2 to 3 minutes. You know, giving a bit of a flexibility there, but still trying to keep it down to a minimum. Especially as you say, when you're in an open forum and everybody's repeating the same thing, we don't need to hear it a million times.
No, so and like, you know, but I think I'm open to suggestions. If we left it at 2 and we're conscious of what's being discussed, we can give the leniency at the beginning of that meeting. Yeah. Would that be suffice, Councillor Shell?
Oh yes, absolutely. I think, you know, at the onset, because we've all had the opportunity to speak in a public arena, and or not all of us, but you do try to edit your comments and get to the chase and be specific and precise, and try and get it into a 2-minute time frame if you can. But you know, when all get up there in front of the podium, there's some hesitation. Things come up, so you need to be comfortable enough that and not feel the pressure that the bell's going to go gong and you're yanked out of there by a big hook comes out and grabs you off the stage. Yeah. So you can speak a little bit longer. So
just, you know, I agree. I think there's a comfort level, but I think we can give that flexibility there. And could you just, sorry, I missed a point. Could you make that dong sound? How did you say that?
Yeah. No, a dong.
I'll make you in charge of clocking or timing them the next time, and you can just give your dong.
Yeah, I could bring my school bell out and do that. Ding.
Okay.
But
So
I'm just suggesting, a flexibility of 2 to 3 minutes, and
Yeah,
that's
no.
all. It's nothing.
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I believe the flexibility would be there. If you're planning on 2, then the flexibility would be there with a waive of procedure through council.
Yeah. No. Fair enough. Thank you. Okay. So anything else to add, or? I will have to say, you did an amazing job, and it wasn't done in one week of evenings. But thank you very much for the thorough job and the way you laid it out. It made it very simple for at least me, and I'm sure the rest of the councils will pick out the changes.
Thank you.
Okay, so
There was a team.
there's.
I had some good feedback.
No, perfect. Now, we've talked this one through. Do you need to hear the motion again? No? Okay, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. You can mark that unanimous if you want. That looks like a gold star.
Duly noted.
Okay, so now let's, I'm trying to make sure we covered off everything. We jumped around a bit. So I would say the next, according to my sheet, Madam Clerk, would it be 12B, Vanessa Cooper's social media coordinator, cooperative executive assistant report?
Yes, and Mr. Mayor, before we proceed to that item, if I can just say that it will be received and adopted as amended with the Deputy Mayor's suggestions and other suggestions around the table?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me.
I believe Vanessa and Sherry are prepared to present.
Ms.
Thank you,
Cooper.
Madam Clerk. Thank you. Just waiting for Donna Hewitt. She has a little bit of an introduction for us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm going to just do a bit of a kickoff to the presentation deck that was in the package and that Ms. Moore and Ms. Cooper will walk you through. I think everyone is aware that continuous improvement has been a function that we have been following. It's something that all municipalities strive to engage with. Our constituents expect it, our councils require it. And really just to define what continuous improvement is for the benefit of council and our residents. From our perspective, it's about eliminating non-value added work and errors. It's increasing efficiency, improving productivity. And in many cases, it's about giving better service and consistent service. So quality is an important piece, and it's about working smarter. We know that our residents and council want to see us do more, so sometimes working smarter is a key outcome of continuous improvement. The concept of continuous improvement has been a strategic focus for municipal council for us, dating back 3 councils, and in fact, it was embedded within the corporate strategic plan. It required that there was a commitment from council and the senior management team to identify methodology and to put in play what's necessary for our staff to be successful. So one of those pieces was identification of Lean Six Sigma as a methodology that we would follow. It is only one set of structured tools, but it was a very important set of tools that a number of staff were trained on, and we reviewed a series of projects that did provide us to get through COVID. A number of those projects dealt with things like our timesheets, our payroll process, doing a more digital agenda process. So thank goodness we did it when we did, because it did make COVID a much smoother transition. But with COVID, it required that our continuous improvement journey shift, and it shifted to the implementation of a number of digital solutions, solutions that were demanded by the residents and our businesses. And they touched on everything from our financial system, cloud permit on the building and planning side. We're now implementing a new work order system, again, on the digital side, and we are enhancing our records management, again, moving it to a digital process. And as these digital systems are implemented, what it's doing is it's enabling us to then now refocus on our processes. And one of those processes that required some attention, and really from the standpoint of consistency and quality, was the creation of our council agendas. So the ladies are going to walk you through the process that they followed since December of 2022 was when they got started on this. A number of people that they worked with, and we have a new process that they'll explain that is being implemented that we believe will enhance the quality and the consistency of the materials that we present to council. So ladies, I will take direction from you and advance the slides.
Thank you, Donna. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. And we're going to be discussing the updated council agenda process project today. The project required for us to identify process boundaries and outcomes. We have created tools to accommodate the needs of all staff and to meet the process outcome requirements. A revised SOP, which is a standard operating procedure for those of you who are not aware, which clearly defines and details the enhanced procedure, has been created. There is an enhanced process map and calendar flow, which visually defines the timelines. There are new digital resources which have been made available to assist staff appropriately. We will continue to measure the process on a 30, 60, 90-day cycle to ensure that we are meeting targets. Next slide, please, Donna. The council agenda process was a lean project in 2019. The process was implemented, and ironically in good timing because of COVID, in early 2020. And then we had a new digital process to rely on. Very helpful, of course, for remote work and for social distancing. And there was no paper or physical contact because of this. In 2022, the need to enhance the existing lean process was identified to assist the clerk's division in preparing the agenda in a timely fashion, as the previous timelines were very tight when trying to meet deadlines. With a new council being elected in the fall of 2022, there has been an interest in having more fulsome reports with greater attention to financial background, and timeframes are now aligned aligned with the revised procedural bylaw, as you just saw. Next slide, please. The established process was reassessed through the lean steps, which are define, measure, and analyze. In consultation with the clerk's division, the CAO, and the CFO, the following requirements were identified. Improve the pre-consultation process, enhanced financial review and analysis, ongoing staff awareness, training, and available resources, adjust timeframes to align with council agenda posting expectations, adjust timeframe for the report and agenda creation process, and support the staff's right to disconnect from work. Next slide, please, Donna.
Improvements were implemented to meet the project objectives and targets, which include updated and expanded standard operating procedure with a defined scope and to align with the procedural bylaw, improved pre-consultation process, enhanced financial review and analysis, updated timeframe and process flow for report creation, review, edits, and approval process, updated the report template to meet the AODA, the Accessibility for Ontarios with Disability Act standards, and created tools for staff training, tracking, reminders, and consistencies. Next slide, please. The enhanced standard operating procedure included a calendar flow. This visualizes the flow of reports through pre-consultation, creation, review, and approval process. This visualizes minimal timeframes for which staff could report back to council as requested, with consideration that some reports may be reliant on other departments or agency inputs. The process flow is designed to ensure a clear process with sufficient time to meet deadlines and to align with the right to disconnect from work policy. Next slide, please. The enhanced council agenda process is currently in transition period, scheduled for full implementation for the June 7th council meeting. Staff have been trained on the enhanced process. As project facilitators, we work through the lean 30, 60, and 90-day check-ins. A project defense will be presented aiming for final lean black belt certification. And upon completion, the facilitators pass the process to the process owner, the deputy clerk. This concludes the enhanced council agenda process presentation. We thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, council members. Any questions, comments, or? Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Lee Greenlaw. Through you, I beat the deputy mayor to the punch. I just wanted to say thank you. This is a great presentation. I'm all about process improvement, and looking at the work that's gone into this is very appreciated. And so I think at the nub of this, are we going to see a change? Because I did not see it reflected in the deck on when agendas will be available for public and the council. Is there going to be an advancement on the date of that?
Donna, would you like to speak to that?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Hutchison. The shifting and the additional time is to, in fact, enable us to shift back to ensure that council gets the agenda on the Thursday, and then public would receive it on the Friday. So right now, given the tight squeezing of the review process, it has been challenging for staff to have adequate time to get it out on the Thursday, Friday. So this will enable us to meet those deadlines. So that will adhere to the procedural bylaw that Yvonne has presented.
I think you have a supplemental.
You can see my wheels turning. Okay, so what we're currently the sort of the best practice is to have it out by Friday for the public. And so what you're saying, just I think for clarity for myself and for the public, that's been very challenging with the system the way it is today. So we will continue to see it on the Friday without their. I think I have seen in the past, sometimes it didn't get out on a Friday. Am I correct on that? No? Okay, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the one thing that I will say is the clerk staff always made their deadlines. To get to that finish line sometimes was quite challenging. So agendas always were delivered by Friday.
Okay.
It may not have been at 4:30 on Friday, it may have been later in the day. So this enables us to ensure that the public will get it on Friday, and we will do our best to get it out earlier on Friday, and council will get it on the Thursday, which is desired by council.
I really appreciate this, and I really appreciate the clarity, and there's the other piece in there, just around the disconnect from work piece. So I'm picking up what you're putting down. Thanks.
Thank you. I guess, you know, it's not to be viewed as critical. I'm just asking, are there any other municipalities that have laid out a game plan or best practices in order to get the agenda out a week in advance? Or is it not a possibility about pushing everything further back?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I may defer this to Yvonne because it does tie to the procedural bylaw updates as well. And I know that there are some jurisdictions, and I think about the County of Simcoe and their approval process, which is much longer than ours. If one were to move the dates back, we just need to recognize the lead time that would be required. So an item that was raised might then take 2 months before it's able to come back to enable the process to work itself through. So I'm going to flip it to Clerk Aubuchon if she has any comment on the timing.
I have some idea of the timing, and we are pretty consistent within the other municipalities, if not even ahead of them, depending on when their agenda comes out. It's not always on a Friday. I actually am meeting with the clerks this week, so I will bring that forward, that question once again, because I know that, you know, with the new councils across the region, that there's probably been some reviews since looking into this. So I'll bring it forth at our little clerks group and find out if there is more timely responses to that. And of course, to Donna's point, our timelines are very tight right now, and then pushing them back would mean the turnaround again to council and getting some reports back, that sort of thing. But we're always about improvement, and so we will be looking at what this new process brings for us and how we can even improve upon that.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much. No, and it's not from lack of trying. I know I did sit in on the workshop, which would be back likely close to 3 years ago, when they were going through the process of how to stream things through more efficiently. And that full wall back in the room was 8 feet of sticky notes by 4 feet of sticky notes, and trying to understand the process and how it's got to flow through the system to get to the final product. And there's a tremendous amount of work. And my question wasn't with any disrespect. I'm just always looking for, is there something that we can do just to inch us that much closer? Because when we all have apparently some lives outside of our council duties, and time is very valuable when you're reading through pages and pages of agendas and decks. So I appreciate everything you have done, and appreciate you continuing to improve. Any other questions of members of council at this time? Seeing none, can we call the vote? We had the motion, correct, Madam Clerk?
You could just give me a moment. I have not read the motion. Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the presentation by Vanessa Cooper, social media coordinator, corporate executive assistant, and Sherry Moore, septic inspector, Lean Six Sigma, continuous improvement, council agenda presentation be received.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried, Madam Clerk. And at this time, I will be handing the chair of the meeting over to Deputy Mayor Lavoie, as I've recused myself from the next item, 12, or actually, no, sorry, that is not. Project update. No, my apologies, I'm jumping the gun. Okay.
Your
no, so
conflict was with 16.
16C, sorry about that. Anyways, the 12C, executive quarter. Could we have the presentation for social media?
So, Mr. Mayor,
It's all in one?
this item is the corporate project update for March and April. If council has any questions with respect to that.
Deputy Mayor Lavoie, have you searched your question bank?
Yeah, it was a note on the roads work where it was noted that the micro-surfacing project had been canceled. And I just wanted to bring the matter forward. It was canceled due to budget constraints. It was scheduled for 2023, and I presume it was pushed off the schedule because the other projects consumed the money. And I just wondered about that process. We approved a budget to do certain work, and I think that certain work, and it might not be only my ward that has concerns about road conditions. And I think that the micro-surfacing was approved on the basis of the fact that it assisted with the longevity of the roads. So we're not micro-surfacing seems to imply that we will have shorter road life, so our assets would deteriorate more quickly. So I'm just wondering whether matters where the budget is changed in such a fashion should be brought to council more directly than through a report where it might be more difficult to find it.
Okay. CAO Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the deputy raises a good question, and there is a process that is laid out. I'll defer to Sean, who I still believe is online, deputy. However, it's anticipated 2 steps. 1, an opportunity for Mr. Binns and his team to take a look at that and report back to council, number 1. And 2, to fold that into the work that Ms. Morrow will bring end of year, beginning of next year, in the budget recalibration exercise, which then would afford council the formal opportunity to be able to adjust some of those funds predicated on the work that Sean and his team would do regarding what that redesign application might look like. So perhaps Sean can provide some clarity on the cycle on that. 1, the engineering analysis report back, and 2, Ms. Morrow, I believe, is there. It will be the end of the year before we're before you with a variance analysis and a budget reconciliation.
Mr. Binns?
Yeah. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw. Yeah, I think just to further elaborate, that's our intent. We have a number of variables that are coming in as we refine our pricing and then just look at timing and execution of the 5-year capital plan. So it is our intent to have a comprehensive staff report that will go to council prior to the recalibration exercise. That certainly we've seen a number of emails from the community in certain areas. And as Robin alluded to, our pricing is changing quite a bit. So we're not likely going to be in a position that we're going to be able to execute everything that we had originally planned for. But we're not going to be in a position to know that until we've actually closed. And as council's aware, our current structure is a quantity-based tender. So there's those variables as well that tend to be moving as the projects advance. So we have done our best to try and articulate the status of those projects through the project report, as well as the updates that council receives on the construction notices. But we are working through, as those projects advance, what the total financial impact will be outside of the tendered price.
Thank you, Mr. Benz. Does that bring clarity, Deputy Mayor?
It does bring clarity. I'm just wondering whether we ought not, as a council, to consider being a little more proactive in terms of the process overall. So if we're looking at a circumstance that seems to depreciate our infrastructure more rapidly in an area of infrastructure which is of high interest to the residents, in my ward at the very least, then I think we need to be able to be more responsive than the consideration at the end of the year. I think we should be answering that question sooner, because we know that costs accelerated. We knew that the budgets were probably not the most accurate estimates because costs were increasing due to the rates of interest that are much more rapidly than we could have anticipated. So I think we could be more reactive in our budgeting process. And I'll leave it at that for now, but I do think it's something, that I'd like to see put on the agenda and that we discuss further.
No,
that's my answer.
Yeah, I agree. I think, taking the proactive approach and getting ahead of it is definitely a better solution. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the deputy. Just as some additional background too, I have a spreadsheet where I'm tracking all the capital projects that come towards us for council, and that was part of one that came March 22nd as part of the entire road rehabilitation project, and it was decided that rather than have an unfavorable variance of $278,000, the micro resurfacing and the Petherwin Place would be deferred until a further time. To add to that, as we look now, Pine Ridge was just recently awarded, or is potentially awarded today, I think. There's a positive budget variance to that as well. So to your point, we can have that reactive looking at where we stand from a budgeting perspective, but keeping in mind Sean's comment about our quantity bids, meaning that if we find that a road actually requires more material, it's going to cost us more to get it done. So there's a lot to consider there, but I agree. Definitely warrants more consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. CAO Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Deputy Councillor Clark. Absolutely concur with your comments. I would ask Ms. Morrow just to please weigh in. Deputy, back to you. The opportunity for an update with council. It seems like a long time ago, but it was not that long ago that council endorsed the 23-24 budget and the award of those go forward from a tender perspective. Nellie, being before council, and I apologize, Ms. Morrow, I don't remember the target that you identified for a variance update with council, and it is, I believe, in late, well, there is only one meeting in July. Nellie, is it July or August with council? And there's an awful lot of things that will happen as we go through the tendering process, Deputy. Nellie, that timeline, that marker for a variance update with council?
Yes, through you, Robin, and to you, Mayor and Council. All great comments. Mr. Clark was definitely on the nose with his comments about looking at the variances as we move forward. Projects need to be completed to see where we do potentially have any savings and can move some of those budgeted items to possibly the resurfacing. Currently, the numbers that we have, we can't bring a report to council probably until mid-July, like you're recommending, Robin, just simply for the fact that we're commencing work now, and work is ongoing. And as tenders come in, we are given new information on, are we meeting our budgets on those jobs within the construction, not only roads, but just across the board, even with bridges. So we'll know more in July where we've managed to be below budget and also above budget.
Thank you, Miss Morrow. And I see Sean Binge, your hand is up. Would you like to go ahead when?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. So we do have Petherill Place as a provisional project, and that's certainly something that we'll look at in that updated report, likely mid-year sometime in July. But just in terms of process, we did spend a lot of time, I think, walking through how the capital plan is developed, some of the service level considerations as it relates to capital investment in roads. And I think just to be realistic, that any of the changes that we'd be looking at would be looking at changing for implementation in 2024. So typically when there are favorable variances, we roll those favorable variances over into the following year to augment the program the year following. Just realistically, given timing for execution of construction projects, it's not realistic that we'd be in a position to start paving additional roads in July or August. So that would be kind of the intent, is that we'd roll up where we're sitting, as well as an update on the 5-year capital plan. And Deputy, to your point, that would be an opportunity for council. If there were priority projects that council wanted to advance, that would give us time to do that assessment of what that would look like prior to bringing forward an updated 5-year plan as part of the recalibration exercise.
Perfect. Thank you. Great discussion. Thank you for pointing that out, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Lavoie. And Madam, is there any further comments on this deck? If not, then Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to receive?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that report number CS 2023-18, Vanessa Cooper, Social Media Coordinator / Corporate Executive Assistant, Corporate Project Update for March-April 2023 be received.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So this brings us to item 13, reports of members of council. Are there any updates of members of council as township representatives or with our partners or agencies? Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Just a quick update on Heritage Committee. We met earlier this month. And the Heritage Committee is continuing to try to narrow down the properties to work on designations for heritage. We want to try, or the committee wants to try to get them narrowed down to about 5 and then start the process, which can take up to a year to get them designated. It's an expensive process based against the budget that the Heritage Committee has, and so looking and brainstorming ways to maximize our budget to get the resources to get this done. And yeah, that's my update. It was a fulsome meeting, and looking forward to the next one. Thank you.
And not to put you on the spot, but would you like to comment on the Great Fiddle event we went to on the weekend?
Absolutely. Thank you. No, actually, Mayor Greenlaw and I attended the event at Edie Hall. Saturday was World Fiddle Day, and there's an organizer who is actually a neighbor and a friend of mine. His name is Mr. Ralph Price, organized a Fiddle Fest square dance there, but it was a fundraiser for Cope Dogs, and so there was a number of representatives from the Cope Dog training program there. The trainers and the dogs were in attendance, and they were really great to meet as well, and it was a very successful event. I think they raised almost $2,800 to support the Cope Dogs, so it was great. A really wonderful event to attend. Thanks.
Yeah. No, it was quite the event. It was a packed house. like standing room only, and the band was up there, and it was quite the event. I really enjoyed it. Any other comments, reports? Councillor Robert Young.
Thank you, Mayor. Greenlaw. Just a question to Councillor Hutchison. What's involved in that process of deeming or declaring a property, a heritage property? You mentioned, is it expensive? Does it have to go through the federal government to have that done, or?
There has to, my understanding, and I don't know it in whole, but there is some governmental processes that you have to go through, and there's assessment, like a whole assessment has to be done on the property and reports. Where a lot of the expense comes in is they have to advertise. There needs to be a newspaper article written or announcement written about the designation of the property, and it's very wordy. And as you know, newspaper supplements are expensive, and you pay by the word. So it's my understanding what happens is you have to advertise the intent to designate the property a heritage property. And so one of the ideas was, if we're looking to do, sorry, I'll just dial back again. Normally what happens is one property is usually designated about once every 4 years. And what we're trying to do is get 4 to 5 properties designated in the next 2 years. So one idea was to sort of bundle all of those announcements into one package and see if we could get a lower cost from the newsprint on that. But there's quite a few steps. I'm not the expert. We could have somebody speak to it if you'd like to at a meeting, but does that help?
Thank you, Councillor.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other reports, Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Oh, and Councillor Shell as well. Yes, thank you very much. This is a bit of an ad hoc one because I only came from the meeting to hear. However, there was a county council meeting of the Committee of Finance and Audit. I'm happy to say that the county audit is cleared without any comment. So they've got a clean audit report. I think there was a lot of discussion as well as to what the province was up to. And not to create any concern, but I think a caution to understand is that because the province has undertaken to assign facilitators to various governments, regional, municipal governments, and has split up the region of Peel, the Finance Committee is going to recommend to the Committee of the Whole of the county that the county prepare a report on what would happen if the county were to be split up. Because we have a number of shared services and debts and obligations that we would need to understand. And rather than end up like Brampton and Mississauga and Halton arguing about who owns what bit of infrastructure, we should try and resolve that now in case something happens. So I just think it's just another one of those spin-offs from what the provincial government is doing by way of making legislative changes to the municipalities. So that's the update. It's both good and I think cautionary. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Young, did you? No. No. Oh, sorry, Councillor Shell. I wish you'd come back to the chamber. It's easier than me looking at my screen and looking for a little hand.
I'm sorry, and everything froze up on me again there during that last presentation, so I think I'm back now. The doctor retention recruiting meeting went well. I missed out on the dinner, unfortunately, the week before. They're continuing to recruit and trying to hold the line. They're kind of throwing up some bait trying to get better housing and accommodations at a better rate for the medical practitioners coming in, and trying to they're offering a pass for the Aurelia Recreation Center for the year to help give them something to go out and see what's happening in the community, and get engaged with the community as a whole and see what's there to offer, and trying to find some better housing and show them what great things Aurelia has to offer them in terms of recreation, which they have to come to Oro-Medonte for, which is kind of cool. So that's that one. And then I had a nice meeting in North Bay 2 weeks back with the Canadian rural and remote broadcasting community. Very, very informative. There's a lot of stuff coming down the line now to help municipalities, rural as well as remote. We fall in the rural category, and I brought the story of one of the members in our community who, during my campaign, had said, and they live in Fergus Hill Estates, made a call to 911 because her neighbor collapsed in the driveway, and that call was dropped 3 times on a 911 call, and the neighbor died. So it's kind of critical. Some of the things I got from there, which I knew already, Rogers and Bell, they are the main providers. They set the rules, they set their guidelines. The frustrating part for me is seeing that, and for a lot of people out there in the community, seeing that the government is funding them to put services out there, and they're duplicating. So the nice folks over in Horseshoe Valley, they got 2 choices. They can have Rogers or they can have Bell. The rest of us don't have it. Some of us don't have a choice. So then that money is being given to them to put the services in. Basically, here it is. You get $20 million, whatever, to put the services in. Then you get to reap the benefits from those services, because you're charging the clients at the end of the day. So they're paying you to get money. Now, what's coming down the line is municipalities have an opportunity to cash in on that themselves with remote towers, so smaller towers, point to point. And I'm meeting up with a gentleman next week who I'd like to have him come to council and do a presentation to anybody or a group that wants to get together and listen to them. There's an opportunity there for the township to own the rights and gain revenue from it. And it would be something that would be added on to our municipal services corporation. So, just so much stuff to talk about, and with my writing arm being out of commission, I couldn't take a lot of notes. So it's all coming from up here, and records that I kept when I talked to people.
No.
That's it.
No, perfect. Thank you very much. I'm glad, and I look forward when you come back to the chamber so we can have further discussions with the opportunities that you've unveiled. So thank you very much for that. Any other councillors at this point? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 14, announcements. Are there any announcements from members of council that they'd like to make at this time? I got to look up at you, Rick. Oh, you got your hand up. There you go. Winner.
Yay, hooray. The Hawkstone Community Center is hosting the Canada Day Parade. And I think Mayor Greenlaw, you and I have been asked to take part in the parade. So that's on Canada Day. And they're, of course, they're preparing for their 100th year anniversary as well.
No, I think I've heard nothing but great things. The Hawkstone Hall is really revitalized, and they have an amazing board that's taking things to a new level, which I think the previous board did an amazing job. But it was time. I think change brought a lot more new energy and made a much more vibrant atmosphere. So now, you just look, Councillor Young, you look like you want to say something, and then, but and we're happy to have you here. Okay. So any other announcements? Seeing none, there's no motion for that matter. Consent agenda, there's none, which is rare, but communications and petitions. Item A, Madam Clerk. Yes, Ms. Morrow?
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is the one item that we potentially thought we might have someone who wanted to say a few words about. And I don't know if that person, I have emailed them to let them know that we are on their letter, although I haven't heard anything back yet. And I was going to give you a quick summary of the letter, unless Yvonne, the person has registered. You can let me know.
And I believe that this is the one where they weren't aware that the tax was coming directly out of their account. Then they found they were in arrears by $31,000. Is that correct?
Yep, you are correct, Mr. Mayor.
And so, excuse me. So and they're asking for the interest fees to be reimbursed on that error or oversight, correct?
Yes, they feel that the township did not communicate well enough to them on the fact that they were in arrears. This property was in tax registration, and through the process of sending notifications to the addresses we had on file, as you saw in our presentation, unfortunately, they're indicating that they never received any of those letters. And therefore, they weren't aware that they had not paid their property taxes for several years. Since then, they have paid it in full, and this letter is just to see if council was willing to waive the interest charges that they were charged. And that amounts to like approximately $6,944.
Okay. Ms. Morrow, if I may ask a question. So when something falls in arrears, so this property was in arrears for 3 years, correct?
You are correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So it is...
Mr. Mayor, if I can just ask Ms. Morrow to turn up the volume on her computer. She is coming across rather soft, and I'm worried that we won't be able to hear the YouTube stream.
Did you hear that okay, Nellie?
I did.
There you go.
There you go.
Thank you for bringing your outside voice. So I guess, is it typical that someone could go 3 years after seeing the tax presentation? That is there something that's missed, that the letter that far in arrears isn't sent by register mail?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Of course, every situation is different for every resident. Why they end up on an arrears listing that is that old there's so many different circumstances that could arise. The Municipal Act is pretty clear, though, in that we really cannot write off interest unless there is a known error that was done by the municipality, or ultimately if they went to arbitration, so the ARB has deemed that a property is to be reassessed. There is some conditions there where interest can be waived. But other than that, really the onus is on the property tax owner to make sure that the township has the proper information to contact them. And even when, our processes here at the township are such that if there's any returned mail, we note that on each property owner's file and do make every attempt to try to communicate with an owner, especially if we receive returned mail. In this case, we had no indication that there was returned mail, and so there was really, we had no knowledge. And as a matter of fact, I believe I spoke to Real Tax about this particular case just to confirm that notifications were sent to multiple properties, and I was provided with a pretty detailed listing of the properties that the letter was sent to. And I was also reminded that as per the Act, that we do not have to ensure that the mail has been delivered, but of course we have to make every effort, if we know the mail hasn't been delivered, to try to communicate with that person, which we did and have done here at the township.
Thank you, Ms. Morrow. Council, would anyone like to add comments or add questions? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Nellie, can you ascertain any validity to the statement that they weren't actually sent anything to the address in question? Because to me, that yes, they have other addresses on file, but based on their letter, they'd been in contact with the township for other items, and it wasn't flagged by them, and they obviously applied for building permits on that property. Was a letter ever sent to the address in question?
Yeah, we have sent letters to several different addresses that we had on file for them. We have, obviously, the final bills, the interim bills year after year would have gone to that address. I think that the problem was that the address we had was at a home that they no longer lived at, and the mail was not being returned as undeliverable.
Supplementary.
So just to confirm, we use the address on file to contact them, but not the actual address of the property?
We did both. So while they were in tax registration process, those letters go to both the physical address and the address that is known on file with MPAC. Our address that we had on file was the address that is known by MPAC. And so that would have been the address that we would have sent their final billings to, but the final notice, as was suggested, before you send it to tax registry, you send a final notice, that would have been sent directly to the address, the actual physical address.
Supplementary.
Sorry, so I just want to have all the dates and timelines, hopefully to the best of my knowledge. Would you be able to comment approximately how long after that final notice that was delivered to the address in question when the property tax was paid?
Yes, I can. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just give me one moment. So the address letter, the final notice from Real Tax would have been sent to the owners on September 9th of 2022. And the actual file was paid in full. And one moment while I bring that up. Sorry, just give me a minute. February 9th of 2023.
Okay, so just to sum up, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Within, let's see, that's 5 months of getting their final notice, they were able to pull together the necessity of $37,000. If I'm adding up the initial property taxes and the interest. And to the, I'm having trouble because it seems like we didn't alert them to the actual property until the final notice was sent via propertytaxes.ca or whatever the agency we used is. That's my concern, I guess, to council, is that we didn't go to the actual address in question until final notice, and upon receiving final notice, they paid the taxes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to correct that slightly, Mr. Clark. Before we actually even send a file to Real Tax for tax registry, we send a final notice here at the township ourselves. So there are two different final notices. That final notice would have been sent before we sent the actual file to Real Tax. So that would have been sent to both the address that we had on MPAC and the physical address at that time, before they even entered into tax sale process.
And how many months before that took place, before the real tax letter?
It would have been a full year, almost a full year. But then within that full year process, as you saw in the description of the timelines, there are different steps within the tax sale process, and within that, letters are being sent along the way. There would have been 2 additional letters sent to them before the final, which was sent in September of 2022.
Okay, that brings clarity.
Thank you, Nelly. I appreciate the correction, and it's my understanding now is that they were provided a letter, at least in 2021, to the address in which they were ultimately contacted at. So that does, provide me with clarity.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, my only comment is I think in the absence of the other side of the discussion, I'm not sure that we can do or say much of anything. We have a letter, but we don't have the party here to represent their side of the case, so I'm happy to let it.
Mr. Mayor, I believe the attendant may just have entered the meeting, but if we can just give me a moment to confirm.
In the nick of time.
Mr. Mayor, it appears that we have a different number for the participant, but they are on the line to speak to the matter.
Okay. Let me get to the right now. Skipped ahead one. Is Kyle or Kara is on the line? Hello? Oh, there they are.
IT, please.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Hi, sorry, it wouldn't let me unmute from my end. Sorry for the delay.
No problem.
I've been listening. Thanks everyone for allowing me the opportunity to chat, and especially thanks to Nelly for just keeping in touch with me and allowing me to just explain the situation. Is it okay, Nellie, if I go ahead?
Yes, please do.
Okay. And thank you to the mayor and the council. So again, I understand that it's been back and forth about, about the notices and what was sent and what the process is. From our standpoint, it's unfortunately, it's quite sort of straightforward that we actually never received the mail. We never received a notice. We received absolutely nothing. And the difficulty that we have is that we're both actually physicians that work in the region. We're both at the property very often. And we have our neighbor who also will check the mail if we're gone. We had moved from a St. Clair address down to a different address in Toronto. So somehow that mail that was sent to our St. Clair address was never forwarded. And I can't speak to why we didn't receive the mail at our property's address, but we didn't. And I had multiple interactions with the city, both to apply for permits and also to get our parking permits for the park. And I understand it's separate entities, but we were never notified ever that we hadn't paid our tax. My wife and I, because we have a couple different properties, we were under the impression that it was on an automatic payment program like our other ones, and that's why it was never flagged. As soon as I became aware of it, when I actually reached out to your city to get a copy of our tax bills, that's the first time I ever was made aware, and we paid it off within basically probably 24 hours of getting the bill. It was never our intention not to pay, and my only suggestion, because this is an honest, I don't know, mistake, but an honest error that I understand it's our responsibility to reach out, and ultimately, no matter if we don't get the mail, no matter if we don't get contacted, it's still on our responsibility. But it's quite unusual, I would say, and I've spoken to some other colleagues that have had experiences with mail. Is number one, I live virtually around the corner from the township. So again, like ensuring that we actually receive the mail. Secondly, like if the township's really spending money to hire a debt collector to reach out and get the money for the city, which is ultimately the goal, is like my name and my wife's name are both readily accessible by Google. They could have clearly checked that we are both doctors at RVH. They could have called a number. They could have found my email online. There would have been so easy. Like if you're paying a third-party company to get a hold of us, like it couldn't be easier. Like I understand the mail somehow didn't get us. I can't explain if it was sent to my St. Clair address, if it was ever sent to Sophia. I have no copy of that ever. But, my email is readily accessible, my phone number, my office number. Like it would have been very easy to get a hold of us if they didn't want to just walk over and literally post a sign on our door. Not going to do that for $2,000, but maybe $30,000 around the corner. I don't know. But my only suggestion would be in the future, there may be better ways to contact people, because this was totally like just a happenstance that I happened to contact the city and they made me aware of the amount owing. So again, I apologize that I didn't pay in advance. I understand it's our responsibility, but I would appreciate trying to consider alternative methods of contact in the future for other members of our community, because I'm sure this is going to happen to others as it happened to us. And I would appreciate some help on the interest payments, which I feel are a little bit unfair given the circumstances and given that I don't feel like appropriate effort was taken to get a hold of us aside from snail mail, which, for one reason or another, we never got, because we obviously had intention to pay. And we've spent a lot of money purchasing our property, renovating our property, filling out permits, doing everything for the city. Like we would never have not paid our taxes had we known about it. So I apologize on that behalf, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you very much. I apologize, my mic was off. Is there any Other questions, Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Fortensky, you stated that you asked for the tax bill. What was the genesis for that? Why at that point in time did you ask for a tax bill? Why?
Oh, because we had just been renegotiating our mortgage, and so in order to get approved for a mortgage, all of our properties, I needed the property tax bills on each property, and I realized I didn't have a receipt from Oro, and so that's what led me to email to ask if I could get a copy of my property tax bill, and then I was shocked to see that it hadn't been paid, and that I was basically in a situation where they're saying we're gonna registration sale, and I was utterly shocked. I was completely shocked, and so that's why I reached out to Nellie and said what's going on, and then I found out basically that it was just quote unquote mailed out, and they sent it to collections, and this was the first I had ever heard of it, and that's what led to it, and that's instantly as I found out about that, I paid it off. But I was quite upset about not having known about it and not understanding where it could possibly be. And the only address they said they sent it to was either here or St. Clair. And I checked the St. Clair. I even contacted the people who bought our place, and they said they never received any mail. And I contacted Canada Post. They never had anything. And that's where we left it off. And I paid everything off instantly because I didn't want there to be any issues. And I said to Nellie that I don't think the process was exactly handled, correctly, and I'd appreciate some consideration for the interest that, is a huge amount of money where I feel I wasn't really given a fair shot.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fortensky. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, this is Deputy Mayor Lavoie to you through the mayor, Dr. Fortensky. And I guess to you as well, Nellie, in terms of improving our processes, if we're awarding building permits and other registered instruments against a property, and people are paying those processes as they move along through the building process or renovation process, how would we not know how to get in touch with them, or how would we approve a building permit when taxes were years in arrears?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to you, Mr. Lavoie, I might direct this to Derek, but my understanding is that due to the Privacy Act, each department it would be like divulging information about someone's individual situation, and that due to the Privacy Act, we're really not allowed to do that. So I believe that's the reason why. I do know that if there's development charges, we are asked by the building department if a property has taxes owing, yes or no, and we do let them know about that. I'm not sure if Derek can add anything to that.
Thank you, through the mayor to council. Specific to the building permit example, the Building Code Act is very detailed in terms of what constitutes the ability of a chief building official to refuse a permit. And it's my understanding that unpaid taxes, as an example, are not one of them. Now, there may be other circumstances in a development process where confirmation of taxes paid is a condition that's attached. So, for example, the Township's Development Services Committee will see as standard conditions attached to, say, a consent decision that, among other things, say that taxes be paid in full. So that's a decision through a planning process that then enables the municipality to ensure that taxes are paid, and that's where staff or the applicant themselves would verify with the tax department to ensure taxes are paid and provide evidence of that. But with respect to a building permit, which is subject to a separate piece of legislation, the Building Code Act, that would not be a basis upon which to refuse a permit.
If I may add, if I'm still if I'm still on the call, is it's not really a question of whether it's permitted to restrict the permit from a legal standpoint. It's that you have a contact with an individual, and regardless of privacy laws, it should be even just to say, by the way, could we have you speak to our tax department, or by the way, like, have you received, like, it could have been done just as a point of contact when there were multiple things going on. Like that, whether or not it's restricted or allowed, it's just like, there's a point of contact. You have my phone number. It's like, it seems bizarre. It's almost like, that's how me and my wife felt. It was almost like intentionally, and I know it wasn't intentionally, but it's almost like it was being hidden from us, even though we had so many points of contact with the township and so many opportunities, and that I had to basically, seek out the information when I had so many contacts, and there should have been some way, unless it's truly behind some firewall that nobody who I was speaking to could see. But if they could see at some point in the system that we had owed taxes, it's not about saying you can't have this permit until you pay your taxes. That's not even what I'm saying. I'm just saying, can you just at least tell us?
No. Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First comment, I think I understand your frustration, Mr. Fortinsky, so I appreciate you bringing this matter forward. Would it be possible, Mr. Mayor, to hear any comment from the clerk potentially in terms of interdepartmental privacy concerns? Is that something that's in your purview, in the sense that it wouldn't be a stretch to me for someone, for example, in the finance department to say, hey, we've got this person who owes a lot of money. Is there another person in the organization that has dealt with that property? I don't think that's too much of a stretch, but I leave that to the professional.
To you, Mr. Clark, through the mayor, or Councillor Clark, sorry. Under the privacy laws, we are only permitted to use the information that has been collected for the purpose for which it was collected. So no, there would not be cross reference to any of that information. So if it was requested and collected through the building department for building purposes, then it would be used for that.
As we can see, the system's not perfected yet. Is there a member of council who wants to floor a motion as to the direction we take on this matter?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Lavoie here speaking. I'll floor a motion that we cut the taxes in half.
Well, I'm gonna just ask for clarity on that. Maybe a home run and then a bonus, not the current taxes. But I think what the deputy mayor is articulating is that the $6,900 that the township would reimburse 50% of that as a solution, understanding that it wasn't done purposely. And although the onus does fall upon the owner to ensure the taxes are paid, and I hope you would, I don't know if Dr. Fortinsky, if you feel that is a fair or an amicable solution, but that is what the deputy has floored. And do we have a seconder for that motion? And I have Councillor Robert Young, the seconder, and Councillor Clark would like to comment.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Potentially to the floor, is it worthwhile adding to the motion that we revisit our policies and our procedures? Because I think there was, this may be an exception to the rule, and we catch 99.9%, but I think there was opportunity to contact this individual through other means.
Yeah. No, I concur with that. But I also see Nellie Morrow's hands up. Nellie, would you like to go ahead at your convenience, please?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate that this was a very special situation. The township has processes in place. We have many residences that we deal with. And my understanding is that we did do what we could at the time to contact. Once the file gets sent to Real Tax, there are steps like we showed you that were in place. And as I mentioned again, that the Municipal Act does have certain legislation that allows a municipality to adjust interest for different situations. This is something that would have to be approved by council, of course, and it is up to council to make that decision. But I just want to reiterate that what that decision will be could result in precedents for future residents. Hopefully we'll never have a situation like this, but I just thought I would bring that to light before you make your decision.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morrow, for that comment. I think that's a very valid comment. But I would also think that it would be, as Councillor Clark pointed out, that we review and see if there's some improvements or ways that we can ensure that nothing like this happens again as best as possible. So I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lavoie and then Councillor Young.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Morrow. I think we could include in the motion that it's being undertaken without prejudice or precedent.
Okay, and Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a recommendation to improve process or procedure. Can we not, excuse me, indicate on each application, whatever it may be, it is recommended that you tax department or other applications for other permits, or is this? I mean, I'm weighing that in my mind, sort of thing, and this is such an isolated incident as I listen to Nellie, whether that's even necessary, but in terms of process and procedure, could we or should we, or maybe totally discount that? But it's something that occurs to me, whether that recommendation should be on perhaps a building permit.
So I'm just asking for clarity on your comment, Councillor Young. So are you now changing and withdrawing the seconding the motion of the 50% reimbursement?
No, not at all. That was my prior to Deputy Mayor Lavoie. That was a consideration of mine upon reading the document as well, that we give some consideration for what occurred in this incident. So I'm not withdrawing it. I certainly second Deputy Mayor Lavoie's motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, is there any other comments at this point? Then Madam Clerk, can we hear the motion?
May I have clarification with respect to the prejudice, where the Deputy Mayor would like that through you, Your Worship?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I think in terms of the motion, that at the end of it, it just simply state that the motion is being made without prejudice or precedent, or there could also be a term around fault, but we'll leave it at that, without precedent or prejudice. Provided Dr. Fortinsky accepts it on that premise.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah, it's Kyle Fortinsky. So yeah, I accept that. Listen, it's not my intention to put the onus on the on the township to cover my taxes. And, so I appreciate that, some interest, is owed to the city, and the onus is ultimately on me. I appreciate all the comments made. I mean, if I could add one simple recommendation from my own experiences, I think having residents' emails may be helpful in this day and age. Obviously, like anything can happen with mail, and having an email as an extra point of contact, which I've now provided to the township, but should be on every member, may be helpful moving forward, and or a phone number, and as an alternative contact in these rare circumstances.
No, thank you, Dr. Fortinsky. I concur, and I think my colleagues do as well. Emails follow you no matter what address you're residing at or where you're traveling in the world. So, no, thank you, and I thank you for your professionalism and understanding that we understand there's errors maybe on both sides of the fence here, but we do want to be ensure that we're not putting all the blame on you, and we're taking some responsibility as a township as well. Okay,
I appreciate that, and I appreciate everyone's time very much in this matter, and I'm glad it could be resolved. So I thank you, everyone, for your effort and your consideration.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, may we have the motion, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that correspondence dated May 8, 2023 from Kyle Fortinsky and Kara Wallach, request to reimburse / credit the interest charges accrued over the past 3 years be received. That council approve 50% reimbursement of the interest charges accrued. That staff review their processes / procedures as directed accordingly. And that the applicants be advised under the Director of Finance, Chief Financial Officer's signature. That this motion is made without prejudice or precedence.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Dr. Fortinsky, and have yourself a great day. Now, Madam Clerk, I've been signaled that we need to take a 5-minute bio break, if that is okay. So we will take a 5-minute bio break, and we'll be back at 6:31.
Thank you. Councillor Young is not in.
Not at all.
No, oh, no. He's the IT genius now, so he's, oh, look at that.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
We're live? Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now on 16B. May we have the motion for 16B, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that correspondence dated May 8, 2023 from Steve Holdings, Inc., request for repayment plan be received. That council approve the request to enter into a repayment plan or respectfully deny the request for repayment plan, that staff proceed with the creation of an extension agreement as requested by the applicant to be signed by the director and clerk, and that the applicants be advised under the Director of Finance, Chief Financial Officer's signature. And my apologies, Mr. Mayor, number 2 should be struck from the record. So it's just that staff proceed with the creation of an extension agreement. And I believe Ms. Morrow can speak to that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any questions or comments and discussion of this matter? No? Seeing none. Ms. Morrow, did you want to comment on any of this before?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to explain extension agreements, but I feel confident that we can proceed with this process.
Okay.
Ms. Morrow, can you confirm that number 2 be struck? The portion that says that council approved the request to enter into a repayment plan be struck from the motion? Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if you'd like me to read the motion again for clarity.
Please.
Okay. Moved by Shell, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that correspondence dated May 8, 2023 from Steve Holdings, Inc., request for repayment plan be received. That staff proceed with the creation of an extension agreement as requested by the applicant to be signed by the director and clerk, and that the applicants be advised under the Director of Finance / Chief Financial Officer's signature.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is passed, Madam Clerk. We're now on to item 16C, which I will now pass the chair of the meeting over to the Deputy Mayor, as I've recused myself from this item. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Be right back. Madam Clerk, may we have the motion for this?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that correspondence dated May 17th, 2023 from Lisa Groves, Barrie Automotive Flea Market, annual spring automotive flea market held at Burles Creek Event Park, June 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, 2023 be received. That council designates the Barrie Automotive Flea Market to be held at Burles Creek Event Park on June 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, 2023 to be a municipally significant event, and that Lisa Groove, Barrie Automotive Flea Market, be advised under the mayor's signature.
Members of council, any floor is open for discussion? Any comment or discussion? Seeing none. Oh, excuse me, I do see one.
Sorry, I think I was just going to say this has been an ongoing event at the Burles Creek Park, and I have no objection to seeing it carry on. It's a great event.
Yes, thank you very much, and I believe for decades. So I'll just call the vote now then. All in favor? Carried. So Madam Clerk, with that, I will return the chair to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Duly noted.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. And you too, Deputy Mayor. Okay, so notice of motions, we have none. So that we're now at item 18, bylaws. May we have the motion for the bylaws, Madam Clerk, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that bylaw 2023-030 and bylaw 2023-036 be read a first, second, and third time, being engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
All those in favor? That is carried. Closed session items, there's none. Confirmation bylaw, may we have the confirmation bylaw, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023-041, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, May 24th, 2023, be read a first, second, third time, passed, being engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Did we have a motion to go past 4 hours?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
we
good.
did.
Thank you.
We did that because you gave your version of War and Peace. So, anyways, all in favor? That is carried. And Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to adjourn, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 6:38 p.m.
All in favor? And that is passed. Thank you very much. I'd like to commend everyone on great discussion tonight and getting through a lot of stuff. And Madam Clerk, thank you very much for the amazing job you did on the procedures.
Thank you very much. I'll pass it along.
Have a great weekend, everybody.